All right, welcome to this set review of Marvel superheroes. This will be the uncommon and commons. So, we'll start with the multicolored cards and go from there. So, okay, so we'll start with how do we want to do this? I guess we'll just do it like this. Okay, so start with Abomination, Terrifying Titan. 3 and a Gruul hybrid for a 4/4 trample. And power up. So I'll explain power up. So the way power up works is you can pay the power up cost as like a one time ability. It will always add at least a 1/1 counter on it, and then up to maybe a potential other effect. The power up cost will be reduced by the mana cost if you use it the same turn. So for Abomination, the power up cost is 4 Gruul hybrid. So if you play it and then use it right away, that would only cost 3 more mana. But if you use it on another turn, you have to pay the whole 7 mana. So it's sort of like this weird combination of like a 4 mana 4/4, or in this case a 7 mana 5/5 fight a creature. But you could also play as a 4 mana 4/4 and then 7 mana for this like really overcosted ability later, but you might need it as a mana sink. So it does sort of indicate that like maybe mana flood won't be as big of an issue in this set because you'll have all these really expensive things to do later. But it also could turn out that like you essentially would never use the power up cost unless you got to pay the reduced cost. So I'm not sure yet if it'll end up being a kicker, or more of a kicker like ability, or if it will be like a kicker also mana sink later. Anyway, so Abomination, in addition to being 4 mana 4/4 trample, there's power up for 5 Gruul. Put a +1/+1 counter on Abomination. He fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. So 4 mana 4/4 trample, already like solid-ish. And then with the potential for a 7 mana 5/5 fight a creature, I mean that does seem pretty good. Very splashable, very like easy to play. Like you pick this, I mean it's very solid card. You can play it in 4 different color pairs, I think. Everything except blue black, I think. Or like no, okay, there's a lot. Sorry, 4 different, but still a lot of different color pairs. Um So I think I want to give it a C plus. Like I don't really see why you wouldn't play a lot of these. If it's not gonna work out, it'll just be maybe the set is like don't be mid range, or it's just only useful in a couple different decks. In which case, I could see it being lower, but it looks very flexible and very useful. So, all right, next we have Ant-Man Colony Commander. So 1 green blue for a 2/2. Whenever Ant-Man attacks, you may pay 1. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, create a 1/1 green insect token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So 3 mana 2/2. When it attacks, you can pay 1 to give it a 1/1 counter. But also, just whenever you put a 1/1 counter on a creature, you get a green insect token. So this does synergize quite well with +1/+1 counters in general, which I believe is blue green's color theme. Um. But I sort of think this is like a payoff more than like technically it's self-contained, but you probably don't want to be, or you don't want to count on attacking, paying 1 to put a counter on this. Like that doesn't seem ideal. Maybe if you have enough combat tricks and ways to protect this, if there's enough of that, this could be good. But I think otherwise you probably need counters. Also, not the end of the world. Like if you just let this go off, like it's not like crazy. They're getting 1/1/1 every turn. I mean, hopefully you can do it on your opponent's turn too, but even then, it's not the end of the world. So I think I'm gonna give this a C. I kind of don't expect it to end up as a C. It probably either ends up as like a B minus or a D plus. Like it's either just good and you can attack with it, or like there's just so many 1/1 counters and it's doing lots of great things, or you're just not like it just doesn't matter. But for now, I'll give it a C. All right, next we have Beast Hermaphrodite Aerialist. So that's three and a blue green for a 3/3. As long as you put one or more +1 counters on Beast this turn, he has flying. Whenever Beast deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay, so 3/3 is pretty bad. You get a +1, and whenever it deals damage, draw a card. Like for a 4-mana 3/3 is not going to be good. You put counters on it, it'll get bigger. And I mean, that is concerning at that point. But like, what is the goal here? I guess like if you're aggressive, then I'm not sure you love that this is a 4-mana 3/3. And if you're defensive, I don't know if you love your attacking. If this had vigilance, I would probably be higher on this. As is, I don't really love it. I think I'm just gonna go like D plus. All these like what are they called? Scroll thief style cards. Like it doesn't look that good, and I just don't. I don't really see it. I guess if it is good, it's just because like it's trivially easy to put 1/1 counters on, and then so giving it flying is good. Maybe you can do it defensively too. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It is. I mean, it does have good stats for like a scroll thief. A lot of times is like a 3-mana 2/2 or a 3-mana 1/2. And they don't have flying, so it is better than that. But I'm not sure. Maybe like blue white or something, or like a different color because it could be in any green or any blue deck. So very splashable. Um, but then you need to have a way to put 1/1 counters on it. You're not blue green anymore. Blue green is the one that specializes in putting counters. So I don't know. For now, I'm gonna go D plus, and we'll see. Black Panther Vanguard, 2 green white for a 4/4. Whenever another non-token hero you control enters, choose one. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. How do we feel about this one? So, I mean, it's not once per turn. They have to be non-tokens, which I guess makes sense because it creates tokens. But 4-mana 4/4, decent stats, and then you just play something and your whole board's getting bigger, or you're making your board bigger. Seems pretty good. I think you would not want to just let this stay out. So I think B minus is fair. I mean, I will say the effect is a little small for like must kill, whatever, but I can't imagine that people are going to be thrilled um, to just have this stay, to have this like just up on the opposing side. So B minus, fair. Black Widow Double Agent. 1 white black for a 3/2 death touch. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains first strike and menace until end of turn. Okay. So I think what you say with this is first of all, if this attacks alone, like how are you blocking this? You need two creatures, and this has first strike and death touch. I mean, and menace, but like they can't block this because it just kills it. First strike and death touch is lethal. And they have to block it with double creatures. Like first strike, death touch, and menace might as well say unblockable. It's almost maybe like better to say unblockable. So how do we feel about that? I mean, it's also a 3-mana 3/2 death touch, which is also pretty good. Um, like for defense. And it gives other things for strike and menace if you have like big creatures. I mean, this seems pretty good. The 2 toughness will matter. Like if there's like a lot of ways to deal 2 damage or deal with this with one or 2 mana abilities, like that's gonna be a problem. But as long as that doesn't happen, I think this is a pretty good card. I think I'm just gonna go B minus again. Um, Yeah, I mean, like I said, seems good. Seems like an unblockable thing at 3 mana. Bullseye, Death Dealer, two black red for a villain. Sorry, I haven't been saying the types, but villains and heroes matter, and I know black red is the villain archetype, so I am gonna say that. So two Rakdos hybrids, so two black or red. For a 2/3 villain, when Bullseye enters, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a non-land card. When you do, Bullseye deals 2 damage to any target. And then 3, tap, sacrifice an artifact or discard a non-land card. Bullseye deals 2 damage to any target. Um, hmm. Okay, so seems. I mean, are there like trivial artifacts that will definitely matter? Um, I mean, I wouldn't be wanting to use that effect, and a 3 mana 2/3 is pretty pretty meh. So I think it really like you're gonna have to like want to do this, and I don't know. Like if you want to sacrifice an artifact or discard a non-land card, then like this is fantastic. What like whoop-de whoop-de, this is great. Having said that, I can't imagine like without knowing that, and it's not good. I think I would go like C because it's just not that good if you're doing that. Like imagine you don't sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Like this is a Captain America Living Legend. One white blue for a 3/4 hero with vigilance. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped during your turn, if it's the first time that creature becomes tapped this turn, untap it. This seems great. So it has vigilance. It can crew stuff and untap itself. Other things can crew and untap themselves. Like I mean, there's like I don't know. I have to imagine there's a lot of things, a lot of tap abilities. As is a 3 mana 3/4 vigilance is great. So this seems really unbelievable. I guess I'll just go B for now because I mean this seems really breakable. This could be like a B plus. This could be an excellent card. Um, I'm just gonna go B plus. Just assume that there's a lot of different potential tapping synergies. So we'll have to see, but I think this looks great. All right. Ghost Spectral Saboteur. Two blue black hybrid for a 2/2 flash with intangibility that says Ghost can't be blocked. So 2/2 flash, 3 mana 2/2 flash can't be blocked. I mean 3 mana 2/2 flash? That seems pretty good. I guess it just depends. You have to see like what benefits there are. I suppose just without knowing more, I can't give it that high of a grade. C, maybe C, C minus. I'll go C for now. There's got to be like certain. I mean, it's certainly annoying if you're close to dead, then and they play it like you're gonna have to kill it. Not very good on defense though. I guess you can surprise things like 1/1's attacking. I'll leave it at C, but I am a little nervous about that. All right, Hulk Gamma Goliath. 5 mana for a 6/5 hero with reach and trample. Power up abilities of other creatures you control cost 3 less to activate. Oh wow. Okay, so and then it also powers up for 8 mana. Put 5 less one counters on Hulk. So this is an 8 mana 11/5 reach trample. Um, with that power up thing being cheaper. I mean, this seems great. Like, also as a way to make power ups cheaper. This like you play this and like, oh my god, they're gonna be real nervous. Um, I mean, reach is great for defense as well. I think this looks pretty good. I think I'd probably go B minus here. Like, We'll have to see how the other power ups work, but assuming they're good, like how's Abomination? Like, so what would this do? It would, so this would actually make it just an additional mana, right? Because it would you still have to pay the Growl hybrid separately. So it would make it like a 5 mana 5/5 fight. That seems pretty good. We'll see the amount of powers, but assuming this power up theme is like at all supported, I think this is a good card. Next we have Iron Man, Master of Machines. So 2 blue red for a 1/4 flying vigilance. Iron Man gets plus. Sorry, it's an artifact creature hero. Emphasize that. Iron Man gets +1/+0 for each other artifact you control. Whenever Iron Man attacks, if an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, draw. Okay, so it's a 4 mana, essentially 2/4 flying vigilance. And as soon as you have other artifacts, you draw a card. It gets way stronger. And as long as you've played an artifact this turn, you would draw a card. I mean, this seems really good. Like you need artifacts. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but you don't need that many artifacts. Like if you just had one artifact out, played this is a 3/4, and then you played another artifact next turn and it's a 4/4 and you attacked and drew a card. Like this is already that's great. That's great. That's like a B- level card. And if you had like a bunch of artifacts, like forget about it. Then you'd be drawing cards and stuff. We'll see what artifact support there is. I hope there's a lot because this seems cool, but I think I'm just gonna go B. That that seems totally solid. Bullseye, by the way, sacrificing if there's trivial artifacts might be good. Although I don't know how much you want to get rid of the artifacts, but whatever. Next we have Kang, Temporal Tyrant. So 2 blue black for a 3/4 villain. Whenever Kang attacks, he connives, which is the supported side. I think that's the blue black theme, or drawing two is. So conniving is you draw a card, then discard a card, and if you discard a non-land card, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. If you discard a land, nothing happens. So whenever you draw your second card each turn, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. So that would just trigger on the connive. Okay, so 4 mana 3/4, and then when it attacks or you draw a card in general, you drain. Seems solid. I think I'm gonna give it a C plus. I wish it did it on entry. That would be nice as well, but we can't have everything. I mean, hopefully you're drawing a card every turn or drawing a second card every turn. I mean, either with attacking from this or some other way. Like presumably you are. But and it might help you stay alive. Drawing cards. I mean, being able to gain life by drawing more cards is great because the number one thing you need to do when you're drawing extra cards every turn is just make sure you stay alive because you'll win the long game. Having said that, 4 mana 3/4, I don't love it. It has to attack to get bigger, which you probably don't want to attack if you're playing defense. So there's like this sort of tension where like great, like you can gain. I mean, you're draining them, but if you want to stay defensive with this card, it can't attack and connive for you. So I'm gonna go C plus, but I could see it being quite good in the right circumstances. All right, next we have Killmonger, Scourge of Wakanda. 2 black-green for a 3/3 villain. Whenever Killmonger enters, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls. Okay. As long as there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, Killmonger gets +2/+1. So you definitely, and notably, it cannot sacrifice itself, which I know that sounds like how'd you want to do that? But I think a 4 mana that just became worst case destroy target non-land permanent would be really nice. Having said that, you need another creature now. Like if you don't have a creature out, like this card sucks. Especially if it's a 4 mana 3/3. Um, Even if it's a 5/4, like you're gonna be so sad you didn't get to sacrifice. But having said that, like I think this is still very good. You count on at least having like some kind of creature. Being able to play this and kill something. And then it also, you sacrificed a creature, like it's probably going to have 2 cards in your graveyard, so it's usually going to be a 4 mana 5/4. And it destroys target non-land permanent, so it doesn't even have to just be a creature. So I think this is great. I mean, I guess it's probably just a B plus. Like, what do you? I mean, what else do you really want? This is like extremely efficient removal. All right, next we have Madam Hydra. So 2 black red for a 2/3 villain. And it says whenever you cast a villain spell, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. So notably it's on cast. So if you played this and then immediately played another villain, they could not do anything about this because you can't interact with this until the next opportunity. So like just keep that in mind as like a good combo. Like if you have 6 mana, you play this, then another villain right away, you'll get the 2/1 no matter what, even if they kill this in response. Um but you do have to cast it. I guess the reason they said that also is because creating a 2/1 villain isn't casting a villain spell. Like if this would trigger infinitely if it was just on a villain entering. So having said that, how do I evaluate the card? I mean, it's certainly dangerous. The 2/1s having menace is a pretty big deal. You'll probably want to kill this pretty quickly if your opponent plays it. Certainly, if they have a big hand, this get out of hand very very quickly. It does seem easy to kill. I mean, I don't know how much 3 toughness is going to be interactable with, but presumably a decent amount of time you will end up trading down on this card because they'll use a cheaper card to kill it. Uh, I think I just want to go like C. You obviously need to make sure you have good villains with this, but I'd be pretty nervous playing this on turn 4 and just letting it stay around. And it's not a good defensive card. Yeah, we'll go C. Okay, Speedball, New Warrior. 2 and a blue-red hybrid. For a 2/2, whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may choose new targets for that spell. What? Okay, so whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2, and then you can choose a new target? So, okay, so if I target it with an instant, or with with a combat trick, let's just say, it'll get 2/2, and then I don't get a new copy of the spell, but I can just redirect the target. I mean, that's like kind of interesting, but I think more relevantly, this kind of has like pseudo hexproof, right? Because if your opponent uses a kill spell, or at least it's on pseudo hexproof against spells, if your opponent uses, let's say they use a kill spell, like whatever, murder, you would give this +2/+2, and then you choose a new target. So you just use it, redirect it to your opponents. This is like basically not something you could ever target with removal. So in that case, a 3 mana 2/2, like kind of mostly hexproof, and also that benefit is pretty good. It's not an artifact, which we did talk about blue red wanting to be, but I kind of like this card. I'm gonna go C plus. Like very difficult to deal with. It's ultimately small, but I'm gonna be excited. I mean, love to use instant speed interaction with this. Yeah, I like this card. Confusing card, but I do like it. All right, Spider-Man to the rescue. 2 green white for a 3/2 hero flash vigilance reach. Okay, and then no one dies. Everybody gets 1. When Spider-Man enters, you may tap him. When you do, another target non-attacking creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so 3 mana, 3/2 vigilance, flash, reach already kind of seems pretty good, but it also gives something indestructible. So you can use this as a way to block flyers at instant speed. You can play this at your opponent's end step, and then you have another attacker with flash. Or you can use this in response to them killing something. Combat trick. Seems great. I don't really know what else do you really want? I guess you'd want it to be like a 3/3, but I mean, I think like a B minus. I don't know. Maybe even a B. Having all that stuff is great. I mean, the 3/2 part is going to be bad as like a surprise flying blocker because 2 power flyers will trade with this, but I still think this is pretty good. I'm gonna like that card a lot. All right, next we have Spider Woman. Spider Woman, Secret Agent. 3 and a white blue hybrid, so 4 mana for a 1/4 flash hero. When Spider Woman enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. That creature can't become untapped for as long as you control Spider Woman. Spider Man and Spider Woman work pretty well together. Okay, so 4 mana. I mean, this is like similar to a Banisher Priest in that like it basically is removable until it itself gets removed, mostly. Being able to do it instant speed seems good. It seems like a really good defensive card. Um, does Captain America just counter this, by the way? Yeah, it does. Oh, no, maybe it doesn't. It can't become untapped. So yeah, okay, it doesn't. Okay, so that is kind of important that it says it can't become untapped, which is different than it just remains tapped. It's a stronger effect. So it really it can't be used. It can be used for its ability if it has like a triggered ability or an activated ability that doesn't require tapping. But otherwise, it's pretty much removed. Makes this better. I think that makes this significantly better. So I think I want to give this just like a B, maybe a B. I kind of think it's just a B. Like what else do you really want? I guess you want it to be more power, but like 1/4 is good at blocking, and it's just like worst case, it's just a good removal spell. 4 mana flash removal is pretty good. So yeah. Anyway, I think B is fair enough there. Thor Odin's Son. 3 red white for a 4/4 God Warrior Hero. I just wanted to say that. By the way, these are all legendary. I should say I'm pretty sure every single uncommon, rare, mythic, rare creature is a legendary. So that's just something you're gonna have to keep in mind. They probably need to figure out something about the legendaries, what to do, but for now, it's fine. Okay, anyway, so it's a 4/4 with flying, vigilance, prowess. So I did say prowess twice. That is important to note because whenever you cast on a creature spell, it will get +2/+2 until end of turn because it triggers prowess twice. 4/4 flying vigilance already is like pretty good, and double prowess makes this, I think, excellent. So I'm gonna go plus here. I don't really know what else you're looking for. Like this is gonna kill people fast. It attacks, it blocks. This is an excellent card. Core card. Next we have Titania Rugged Rumbler. 2 black green hybrid, so 3 mana for a 5/5 villain. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card or pay 2. And also has ward, discard a card or pay 2. So keep in mind, since black green is like having 2 creatures in the graveyard, that it being a 3 mana or being 3 mana 5/5, put a creature in the graveyard can become quite useful. Also, could just be a 5 mana 5/5, becomes a little bit more useful. So I think the combination, I'm going to give it a C plus. So I mean, I think there's going to be decks where you pay 3 mana, put a creature in the graveyard, and that's going to trigger a lot of things. It's an excellent thing, and then you have a 5/5 that's hard to interact with. And then other times you'll just have a 5 mana 5/5, but it'll still have a good ward ability, and 5/5 still decent enough. So, all right, next we have U.S. Agent John Walker, 3 and a Orzhov hybrid, so 3 white black for a 3/2. And it says when US agent enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sturdy Shield. With equipped creature gets +1/+2 and equip 2. Attach it to US agent. So important to note that this will just be attached to US agent right away. So this is sort of a 4 mana 4/4, and 1/+2 of that is an equipment. So 4 mana 4/4 with an equipment later. Equipment is okay. So black white's supposed to be like attack alone, which this doesn't explicitly say, but the equipment I suppose will like help because the creature you're attacking alone with will be bigger. I mean, it's better than a 4 mana 4/4. It's probably not like dramatically. So I think a C. Do these stack? I mean, obviously you can have multiple US agents, but it's not a legendary artifact token, so you could have a bunch of them, in which case they start to become pretty good. I don't know. I'm gonna go C for now. We'll see. I'm a little skeptical of this white black deck. I'm not gonna lie. Just that theme needs to really. It's not usually the best theme. All right, and last multicolored common or uncommon, or in this case, they're all uncommons. We have War Machine Legacy of. So this is 2 red-white hybrid for a 1/3 flying hero. And it says at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is War Machine's power. 1/3 hybrid cannot give itself that, notably. If you can get its power up, which I'm not sure is really a red white thing, but still, it would give a creature bigger things, which is good. I mean, it works well with the US agent card. 1/3 flyer at this point is understated. Um, so you'll need certain things to go with this. Like +1/+0 on its own is not good. I'm gonna give this a C for now. But I could see if there's like good ways to make this bigger in some way, then this card will become good. Really. Okay. Let's start with blue. And I like to go commons that uncommons. Okay. So in blue, we have Aerial. First card, we have Aerial Doombot. So it's blue for a 1/1 flying. Power up, 5 and a blue. Put 3+1/+1 counters on this creature. So 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, or it's a 6 mana 4/4 flyer, but also like the power up. I mean, yeah, you could play it for that. But you also activate it later. You're only saving 1 mana, activating that turn you play it. It is an artifact villain. I probably should be saying that more, but I definitely will emphasize when it's a villain, stuff like that. So this is a good artifact, good cheap artifact, very quick. It does eventually, like if it becomes big, like a 4/4 flyer, like is a big deal that's gonna have to be dealt with. Not great stats, like in any step of the way. I think probably go like a C minus. I think it's playable, it's useful. It's not gonna be a horrible card in your deck, but I think you'd be hoping for better stuff. All right, next we have AIM Scientists. So 4/4, sorry, 3 and a blue for a 3/3 villain. When this creature enters, it connives and has basic land cycling. So that's 2 mana for 2 mana. So it's 2 mana, discard this card, and then search for your library for basic land. So kind of nice in that it can like you couldn't play this in any color deck. So and it just becomes 2 mana, get a basic land from your library. Hmm. So normally, like with these cards, it'll either be like basic island cycling. So if you're blue, like you get this to get an island, or it'll be like one in a blue to do the basic land cycling. So like you still have to be blue, like in some way. But this actually you could just treat this card as 2 mana, discard this, search your life for a basic land, put it in your hand, and you could totally ignore that, or like you could play like let's say you're like red green or whatever black white and you like are splashing blue, you could actually play this as like yes you could play it as like a card that could be played for blue, but like most of the time you're using it as your blue mana source. So but also could be used as like your red mana source. It's just more flexible than you'd think. I guess a lot of times wizards will go out of their way to not allow you to do this kind of thing with this sort of card. Um, and so I'm noting that that's not what's happening here. I'm not sure. It's hard to make that like raise the card's letter grade. It's something we'll probably learn pretty quickly when we're playing. Um, like it'll just become obvious, like, oh my god, what good fixing this is, or like there's a 5 color deck. This is a critical card to it, even if you're not playing like blue, um, or maybe like you're barely playing blue. So anyway, for now, I'll just say it like we'll just treat it like it has like island cycling or like whatever. It's like a normal land cycling, and also a 4 mana 3/3 Knuff. So solid. I think we'll go like a C. So it does draw a second card every turn, or it does draw a second card when it enters. Can easily be a 4/4, 4 mana 4/4, and then the land cycling. So it's a villain as well. There's enough here that I would just call this a C. I think you'll be totally fine playing this. And also it cycles for land. All right, next we have Atlantean Cavalry. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 merfolk soldier with vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. 3 mana 3/2 vigilance. And whenever you draw, put a counter on it. So presumably you're looking to do that quite a bit. And a lot of times these kind of cards are bad. Like in Foundations, there's a 3 mana 2/3 that has this effect. It doesn't have vigilance, which or it might even actually have vigilance. Let me look. Okay, it does not have vigilance, but it was terrible in Foundations, a pretty weak set. So I'm hesitant to give this a good grade. Um, if there's a lot of draw two support, like a lot where you're like very consistently doing it, that combined with this being vigilance and having 3 power, like could maybe make it like a decent card, like a C in most decks, C plus in the absolute dedicated decks. But I think it's really seeing the bright side of this card. So I think as is, I'm gonna give it a D plus. Like prove me wrong, and it'll it like well this is one of those cards I think too where like the data will be a very clear thing. Like if it has a 58% win rate, like cool, it works. I think it probably won't. And then if it has like a 52% win rate, like it's one of those things where like you definitely want to make sure you have a lot of support before you play this card. I know that sounds like every card would be that way. That's not really true. I think like there's a lot of cards that are like could easily fool you, at least by having a low win rate and still being like pretty good in a lot of decks. Uh, all right, Atlantis attacks. 5 blue for a sorcery with teamwork 4. So just to teamwork is as an additional cost to cast the spell, you may tap any number of creatures you control with total power 4 or more. So teamwork number, like that's the number you need to tap. And usually it'll give you a choose effect, and if you did the teamwork, you get to do both. So, by the way, another example of Captain America being good because this is a way to tap creatures. So Captain America would let you untap them. Anyway, Seven mana sorcery, choose one. If this was cast using teamwork, choose both. Target creature creates a 6/5 blue Leviathan creature token with hexproof, or, and, potentially, return one or two target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Okay, so 7 mana. I mean, okay, so if this, let's just pretend the teamwork wasn't there. 7 mana, 6/5 hexproof, return two target non-land permanents to their owner's hands. That would be like a B, probably. Yeah, I mean, I think a B. That seems very good. Like they wouldn't be able to deal with it. It would bounce things. It would save you. Like this would be like one of the best cards to draw right when you're about to die, because you would have a hexproof thing and they would lose their attacking creatures. It would also still be very good as an offensive card because you could bounce things. Now that's what this is. You have to tap for order, which kind of mitigates a lot of these things. Um, so what? It's good at parity. I wonder how much you're even going to use the teamwork. I guess if you have like a 4/4, if you're not about to kill them, like it's probably better because then you can just have the 6/5 and bounce things, which is 6/5 hexproof be better than like your 4/4 you're tapping. But if you need to play defense, I think the teamwork is really difficult to deal with now that I'm kind of like thinking about it. Like how amazing this card is. Like it's really hard to remain like how amazing this card would be without the teamwork. It's really hard to imagine any situation where it's like almost as good when you have to considering you have to tap at least one creature. Um so if you're just picking one, this is like bad. Okay. I'm just gonna give this a C. It's it's hard. It might be quite good. It still could be, but I just think it's gonna be worse a lot of the time. Um, it's a 7 mana common. Yeah, we'll see. Like hard to imagine you want to take like four of these. Although I guess they stack pretty well. Um, I don't know. Is it a C plus? No, I'm gonna stay with the C. All right, bold biochemist. One in a blue for a 1/3 human scientist. With power up, five in a blue, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw two cards. So it could be 6 mana, 2/4, draw two cards. That's fine. And then 2 mana, 1/3. It doesn't seem very good. I'm gonna give it a C minus. Maybe it should be even lower. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a D plus. I just don't. The only thing I could maybe see is like it draws two cards, so you can trigger the draw two on your opponent's turn. Although then you're paying the full mana for the power up at that point because it's not the same turn you've played it. But you could like double trigger draw two cards. But how much mana do you have to do all this stuff? I guess a lot because you've been drawing two cards every turn. I'm going to give it a D plus for now, though. All right, next we have Depower. Two in a blue for an instant. This spell costs two less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. Target creature gets -4, -0 till end of turn. Draw a card. Huh. Okay. So 1 mana -4, -0 draw card is really, really good. So love that. The only thing about that is you will not draw two cards on a turn because they have to be attacking. I guess you could target your own creature. Can you I actually wonder, can you like target this to your own creature after damage dealt as a way to like play this for 1 mana to draw a card and not actually deal less damage? I'm pretty sure you can. And that's going to be like a weird timing thing you're going to have to keep in mind. So keep that, yeah, just keep that in mind. I think for 3 mana this is pretty bad. not like the end of the world bad, but not great. I mean, just keep in mind, like 3 mana bounce a thing, draw a card is like pretty good. And this is way worse than that. But that's like a card that would be printed. And this is -4, -0. It's way worse to draw a card. I guess sometimes it'll take things that we're trading and it'll like win you the combat. But considering how good the 1 mana version of it is, I think I like this card. So I think I'm gonna give this a C plus. I think there's a lot of good reasons to play this. It's gonna be really hard to attack into that. Okay, next we have Frozen in Ice. 2 and a blue, enchantment aura, enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and can't become untapped. Wow, they're really pumping up the blue removal. So what's left? Like, what is the difference between this and Banishing Light at this point? Like, what is the like? I guess it's still there. I guess the creature could be sacrificed. Um, Like it can't become untapped. It doesn't have any abilities. Like all it's left is like, and I mean, if they remove this, then like it comes back. Although if it removes, like if they remove Banishing Light, the creature will come back right away untapped. This still to take a turn to untap at that point. I mean, it's still probably better because you can sacrifice the creature, but I think that's pretty much it. So I think this is pretty good. I think I'm going to give this a B. Like that's what it's isn't it just basically Banishing Light? Someone tell me if I'm wrong, but it looks unbelievable. The only thing is maybe like a card like Killmonger. You can obviously sacrifice the creature frozen, and you couldn't with Banshee. But I'm gonna keep it at a B. All right, Futurist Forge. 1 and a blue for an artifact. When this artifact enters, draw a card. 3 and a blue, sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards. So close. Was really hoping we would get the sphere thing from Edge of Eternities, and this is like very close. But the sphere in Edge of Eternities, when that gets sacrificed, you would draw a card, so you could sacrifice it very quickly. This one, you need to pay the ability. So this is an excellent way to draw 2 cards on your turn and your opponent's turn. We notice that right away. Like so you could get those draw 2 effects multiple times. Now, do we love like what are the draw 2 effects that we're so excited for? Um like so far we have Kang will drain, so you could like drain on your opponent's turn and your turn. And that's kind of it so far. I mean, we'll hopefully see some more. Yeah, I mean, oof, give it a C. It just like I forget what it was called in Edge of Eternities, the like sphere thing. That was really good. And despite this being noticeably worse, I still think this will have a good place. Like it's an artifact, it draws cards, it draws a lot of it draws 3 cards potentially. I think that there's enough here that it would be giant sized flying 3 and a blue for a 3/2 flash flying. When this creature enters, choose 1. Tap target non-land permanent or untap target non-land permanent. So 4 mana 3/2 flash flying, tap a creature. Seems like very good defensive creature. And then offensively, it also could be so it's like useful in that it could tap the opposing blocker or opposing attacker before they attack. It could untap your blocker to surprise them. Plus, it can also do surprising. So, surprised with this card. Basically, what I'm seeing. I mean, 4 mana 3/2 flying is understated, but there's enough here that I think this is gonna work. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna give it a C. Like 4 mana creatures, like you usually don't need. Like you're not. You're not usually like really dying to get more of them. But having said that, like, I still think it's like totally solid card. Um, Hydraulic Helper. 1 and a blue for a 2/3 defender. It can tap to add blue. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. So it can be used to cast an artifact, or it can be used for any ability whatsoever. Um, Basically, like as long as it's not casting, it can be used in any way, or it can be used to cast an artifact. I mean, the 2 mana 2/3, it'll never lose defender. It's the only thing. Like, there's not a way to get rid of defender, but I think this is pretty good. Like, you'll want to be able to block things early, presumably. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of like extra stuff, like power ups, and is this an artifact or an enchantment? That's an enchantment. But, maybe it's a C minus. I guess you probably don't want like four of them. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a C. I just like these cards end up being more useful than you think. There's a reason they didn't make this a 3/3. Like a lot of times the 2 mana defender in blue is a 3/3. And this is noticeably not. So I think they might have thought this card was too powerful. It's also an artifact, which I think will matter too. So I'm gonna give it a C. We have I am Iron Man. 2 and a blue for an instant. Until end of turn, target artifact creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/4 and gains flying. Draw a card. These are usually pretty good. Gaining flying is nice. So good way to like you could give it flying as a way to block. The 4/4 just like they have to deal with that. There's a card in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty that made it a 4/5 draw card, not noticeably flying. Now that set was special because blue had ninjutsu, so you really felt like you had to block things, and then like it played really well into them being combat tricked with this. But I mean, I think like there's enough stuff with connive. The +1/+1 counter doesn't count. It still gets added on to the 4/4. So I think this is going to be pretty good. I think I'm going to give it a C plus. Um, yeah, I mean, like it was one of the best blue commons in that set, so I think C plus. But it could be worse, in which case it could easily be a C. But I'm gonna just go C plus for now, just based on what I've seen so far. All right, next we have Shield Deployment Drone. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Wow. Okay, so these cards are like always really, really busted. There's like this whole it's an artifact too. There's this whole theme of not theme, but there's these sets where it's like 3 mana, 2/2, creates a 1/1, and at least one of them is flying. Usually it's in blue. It has been in black before. And they're basically always the best common in the whole set. If not best, maybe second best. I think the most recent one was in Final Fantasy. I think it might have been almost exactly this card, but not an artifact. This artifact on top of it just really screams like this is a good card. I guess the question just is B or B plus. Um, and I'm thinking it's probably probably is. Like it's just always good. I mean, B plus is what, like 61% win rate? I'm actually curious about that. Let's look. So, in what were we doing? Secrets of Strixhaven. So when we do this, what's B plus? Yeah, about 60% win rate in this last set. Were there any commons? Elite Interceptor they have as a B, but it's very, very close. I think this is gonna be a B plus. This is again like Elite Interceptor is like the other one, by the way. Like this kind of 1 mana 1/2 potential to draw a card, and this 2/2 3 mana 2/2 flyer creates a 1/1 or some variation of that. Those are like the two commons I think which like consistently are the best commons in the set. Like you see this, you're like, oh, that's gonna be the best common in the set. Maybe second best. So I'm gonna give it B plus for now. Very, very good card. It's an artifact. It's an artifact in addition, so it'll just really go in everything. All All right, next we have Super Suit. One in a blue for an artifact equipment with flash. This equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control, untap that creature. An equipped creature gets +1/+2, equip cost of 2. So, first, just see it as a combat trick of one in a blue, untap target creature gets +1/+2. And like permanently. That's okay. Not ideal, but okay. And the equip is 2. Like, I mean, that's like okay to move around, but like, I think this is just like too. This is not going to be impactful enough right away to matter. Decent-ish combat. I mean, giving power. People don't expect blue to gain power from a combat trick because usually their combat tricks just reduce the opposing power or increase your toughness. But I mean, I can't imagine you're going to want like. So I think I'll go C minus. I was considering D plus even, but I think you'll probably want like one in a lot of decks, certainly in artifact decks. Not want one, but you'll be okay with one, which I think is what a C minus is. D plus really means like, oh, I'm putting this in, which I don't think that's quite at the level. If it wasn't an artifact, I would put it at D plus. All right, Trickster's Stratagem. 3 in a blue for a sorcery. The owner of target creature an opponent controls put it into their library second from the top or the bottom. Then up to one target creature you control connives. So notably, you need to have a creature to connive. You do not need to have a creature to use this ability though, because you cannot have a creature. Um, it's usually good. Now this effect's usually an instant, um, but it doesn't usually connive. I think conniving will be pretty good. Drawing 2 cards as drawing 2 cards a turn, so to speak, triggering that with removal seems very nice. Also, it just like helps you loot to get rid of lands, gives you 1/1 counters. I think this is going to be good. We'll go C plus, and it's usually just a C plus, but it's usually an instant. But I think enough. This makes up for it enough that I'm going to give it a C plus still. All right, last blue common. We say the net. 1 in a blue for an instant arcane. I don't think that's going to matter here, but teamwork 2. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2. If the spell is cast using its teamwork, counter that spell unless the controller pays 4. Okay, so this is probably going to be good. It used to be that these kind of spells were like bad, but now that things are fast enough, I don't know, like this quench style ability was in Avatar, and it was one of the best blue commons, or at least a good blue common. This spell, but instead of teamwork, it was sacrifice a creature with power 2 or greater. And it was literally the exact same card. Was in um, it was in a set. I'm Secrets of New Capenna, and that was I think the best blue common. So yeah, I think this is going to be pretty good. Now, I'll probably just give this a C plus for now, not a B minus. I'm not going to go crazy, but I think C plus is probably where I'll start with it. All right, let's do blue uncommons. We'll just do them all, but I like to do the commons first. But notably here, that it's a lot of like decent and then 2 really really good ones. All right, we have Puma Atlantean Warlord. 2 blue blue. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1. Sorry, it's a 2 blue blue for a 3/4 merfolk villain. And it says other merfolk you control get +1/+1. Whenever one or more merfolk you control attack a player, draw a card. So whenever this attacks, you would draw a card. Other merfolk? I mean, we're not going to see all of them, but I don't see any at blue common. Just real quickly looking around. I don't see any in blue. So we'll just maybe, and you can't play two of these, so because they're legendary. So we'll pretend that there's really not a lot of other Merfolk. So we'll just treat it as a 4 mana 3/4. Whenever this attacks, draw a card. Um, that seems fine. Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, drawing a card's nice, but there's also like attacking with a 3/4. It can be difficult. So I'm just gonna give it a C for now. Uh, it definitely could be better. There's ways to support this. If there's I Am Iron Man doing, but even then, it's not even good with the 3/4. Yeah, I don't like. Maybe it seems fine. Maybe it's even a C minus. Yeah, I'm gonna move it down to C minus. I don't see it. It could be good. There's definitely ways. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it'll have to prove me wrong. All right, next we have Echo, Perceptive Prodigy. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 hero with vigilance. And for 1 mana and tap, card or blah, copy target activated or triggered ability you control from a creature source. You may choose new targets for the copy. Oh my gosh. Copy target activated or triggered ability? Um it has to be from a creature source. I guess you can also copy your opponent's. It's a very hard card to grade. Like we have to know what like effects there are. Like this would copy, I guess, creating a 1/1, which is fine. I mean, I guess this would copy conniving, tapping. I mean, there's a lot to copy. I'll say that. Copying trump card. I, I guess I'll give it like a C plus. 1/4 blocks and it has vigilance. And so you're just doing this and you can just copy stuff and trigger it. I mean, it's probably gonna be annoying. Maybe there's a chance this is really, really good. Like, there's enough effects here all over the place. Can this copy all? I guess it probably can, right? I thought they were supposed to like have supposed to have said like on this creature, but power ups say on that creature. They say the name. I wonder. It's as if you can copy power ups, but I'm not sure. I mean, there's a chance this is like a B or B plus. Um, if you're just copying, it's 1 mana, it's instant speed. They like can't do stuff. I'm give it a B minus. I'm just gonna go on a limb. I think this is pretty good. There seems to be a lot of stuff. I think there's a chance like every turn you're copying and getting good stuff. Um, so yeah, very interesting card. Okay, next we have Falcon Winged Wonder. 4 and a blue for a 3/4 hero with flying. When Falcon enters, create Red Wing, a legendary 1/1 blue scout creature token with flying, and whenever Red Wing attacks, surveil 1. So 5 mana 3/4 flyer that creates a 1/1? That's really good. I think that's like a B. Um, Notably not copyable with Echo because the legendary rule and the Red Wing will legend rule itself, but that's not going to affect the Red Wings grade. Sorry, the Falcons grade. Um, but yeah, I think that's a good card. I think we'll go B. All right, so I'm gonna have to go actually, but we got a good start on this. I'll continue recording later. I'll keep going. I was hoping to maybe get this done in 2 parts, but it might have to be 3. We'll see. But anyway, okay. Well, let's just took a little break there, but hopefully might just post ourselves one video anyway. All right, let's keep going. So we just gave what Falcon a B, which I think is deserved. All right, let's go with Falcon's Wings. One in a blue for an artifact equipment. This creature enters, attach a chart creature you control. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has flying and ward 1, and equips for 2 in a blue. So 2 mana for +1/+1 flying and ward 1. That's pretty good. And you can always just re-equip it for 3. I mean, this is gonna be annoying to deal with. Giving creatures flying, ward 1, like even I mean, this looks pretty good now that I kind of think about it. Like, how are they going to deal? They're going to have to deal with every creature you control. I mean, 3 is a lot to equip, but the first one being free, I think, is really nice. I think this is going to be pretty good. I'll give it C plus. I maybe it's better. I don't know. In if this were in um if this were in Secrets of Strixhaven, I think this would be a B minus. Or well, it'd be in blue, I guess, is the issue. Because like Ace in black white would be unbelievable. But I suppose in like blue green and blue red it would be worthless or pretty worthless. Okay, so it wouldn't be. We'll stick with C plus then. All right. Iron Lad, Diverging Destiny. 2 in a blue for a 2/2 legendary artifact hero with flying and vigilance. So 3 mana, 2/2 flying vigilance artifact. You may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you can tap to reveal the top card of your library. If it's an artifact card, okay. So 3 mana, 2/2 flying vigilance. Already okay. And then you basically can just draw any artifacts because you can always look. And so then you just tap draw if it's an artifact. That seems really good. And this seems like a very annoying card to deal with. I guess like B minus. I mean, probably B minus. I mean, there's some situations you won't love this, but I think it's pretty good. Is it a B? Certainly a B in sealed, but I think in draft it's probably just a B minus. Justice Vance Astrovic. Two blue for a 2/2 flyer hero. When Justice enters, return up to 1 target non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. Wow. And then, sorry, there's more. Whenever another non-land permanent you control is returned to its owner's hand, put a +1/+1 counter on Justice. So it's a 3 mana, 2/2 mana war. Sorry, it's a flying mana war. And if you return your own thing, you get a 1/1 counter. What? What? So it is worth noting that one potential downside, or one downside, is that you cannot return a non-token. I don't know if Mana War can return non-land or is just creature, but not being able to destroy whatever bounce tokens is important. I mean, that is something. Having said that, flying and if you bounce your own thing, getting a 1/1 counter, I mean, I just can't see how this is anything but like an S. This is so good. I mean, this is if this was mythic rare, like what I think A minus. We just have to. Like this could be an A. I don't know. Like I guess there's a world where I mean they obviously were willing to print this, so maybe they thought maybe that like the original not flying version just wasn't very good, but I'm just gonna go A minus. All right. Anyway, next we have a Kid Loki. Blue mana for a 1/1 villain. Each creature you control that you've put one or more 1/1 counters on this turn has hexproof. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. Okay, so we do see some of those draw two card payoffs here, although not really that good. Like one mana 1/1 that did that wouldn't be. I guess giving hexproof. So what this does is it turns anything that puts +1/+1 counters at instant speed into like a hexproof, which be good. I mean, hexproof tricks have proven to be very good lately. Um, so then I guess the question is like, how much are you doing that? We haven't really. I don't think I've seen really any +1/+1 counter tricks yet. So I can't say I've like been super excited for this. Um, so I'm kind of thinking like a C. This looks, I mean, this looks better in constructed, to be honest. Interesting card actually, constructed. For this, I'm not really seeing it. I mean, maybe if there were more tricks or something, especially if they were like good tricks or tricks, yeah. But I haven't really seen it so far. I guess conniving is like a good way to do it, but none of this, I don't really see too much conniving at instant speed. Maybe I'm missing something. I think for now, I'll just give it a C. I mean, without like some more benefits, I would put this even lower. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and give it a C. All right, Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. 3 and a blue, 2/4 hero with reach. Whenever one or more tokens you control enters, you may draw a card. Hmm. So, huh. I, I mean, 4 mana, 2/4 reach is bad. And then tokens. I mean, if you have ways to bake tokens, which there does seem to be a reasonable amount, then you're drawing cards, and then you presumably can draw more ways to make more tokens and draw more cards. So that, I mean, that does help. This definitely seems like it could be annoying, and like you play it, I'm sure you like have a way to make a token, and then you have to kill it, but like who knows? And it doesn't say once per turn, so you can keep doing it. I know there's combos. If you get all the whole Fantastic Four out, you can like just win with an infinite combo involving this. But I guess I'll go C plus. I mean, I'm just oh man, I don't actually see that many ways. I guess there's some. Maybe C is like if you draw a card, does this become good? This is probably a C plus if you draw a card. If you draw two cards, still maybe B minus. I'm assuming you're not drawing the cards right away, like over time. I could see leaving this up. And you'll need like token makers. That'll definitely be something you'll need to like know before you play this. I'm gonna give it a C, I think, for now. Okay. Pim particles. Blue for a sorcery. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. Draw. Um, okay. Hmm. What? What is this? Okay, so draw a card. So it is another way to draw a second card. It gives vigilance and unblockable. I mean, there's certain situations it's just win the game. Like with enough of these, it's uncommon, but I mean, what? unblockable and it like replaces itself. This and this vigilance. I mean, this seems pretty good. They do if they can interact with this as a way to like make it so that so you don't draw the card. But unless they do that, this is a pretty good card, right? You're just dealing a bunch of damage, vigilance. I kind of think this is like a B minus. Like, what am I without interacting? Like, this is a lot of damage, and this unless this just wins the game. Like, you just put this on a big creature, and they're just dead. That's it. Whatever. Like, big Black Panther. I mean, obviously, whatever. Like 4 damage. That's it. All right, rewrite history. Oh, this is an enchantment plan. So plans are they do a thing when you do they like respond to a certain trigger. They want to do something, and they put a plan counter each time you do them. And then when you get a certain amount of plan counters, you then sacrifice this plan, and you get like a big effect. So rewrite history is 2 and a blue for an enchantment plan. Whenever one or more creatures you control becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card and put a plan counter on this enchantment. When the fourth plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it. When you do, return up to 2 target instants and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. So whenever creatures become tapped, you'll draw a card and discard. So good way to draw 2, good way to fill up the graveyard, get what you need. Tapping creatures is not the easiest thing, but teamwork. I guess maybe teamwork can be an upside in this regard. So okay, fair enough. Not great, but then you get 4, and then you'd get to bring back 2 instant and sorcery cards, which you now have more of because you've discarded them to rewrite history. Okay, this comes together pretty well. Definitely better in sealed. Definitely keep that in mind. But I think I'm willing to give this like a C minus. Or sorry, a C plus. I think this is good. I would like this, at least in some controlling decks. I don't know about in more aggressive decks, but blue isn't known for being a super aggressive color. Next we have Shuri, Wakandan Inventor. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Artificer hero. Back spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Always cool. And then one and tap. Target artifact you control becomes a copy of a second target artifact you control until end of turn. Except it isn't legendary. Activate only as a sorcery. Huh. Okay. So what are we? I mean, I guess you could like turn. No, this isn't an. It doesn't make an artifact. I was gonna say like, do you have like I guess Red Wing, for example, is like an artifact token, so you could like what turn that into like the forge and then sacrifice it. Um, I'm sure there's stuff. I'll need to find a combo. That'll actually be something I want to look into. So I'm actually going to make a note to even just like check for combos with Shuri, because I want to like um, update my 2 card combo list. But I think as is, making this artifacts 1 cheaper is nice. This is like we're gonna go B minus. I I think it's C plus just for making artifacts 1 cheaper. And then I think there must be some kind of combo. If I can't find any combo, I would move this down to a C plus, maybe even a C. But I think there's gonna be enough combos here that I do like this. But we'll see. Okay, stature size shifter. Blue for a 1/1 hero. Stature can't be blocked if her power is 1 or less. And then power up, X blue blue, put X 1/1 counters on stature. So notably it would be X and a blue the first turn. So you could there's no reason you can't do this where you attack with this, wait till after blocks, and then blue blue X for whatever. Like let's say X is 4. You have 5 unblockable there. So we have to keep that in mind. Also, good way to power up. You couldn't just play you can just play this as like a 5 mana 4/4. So multiple upgrades here. So I think this becomes better than a normal like Hydra card. So I think the C plus seems fair. It's never going to be. It's always going to be overcosted for what her power is, but being unblocked seems pretty good. Seems great, like an early play, deal a lot of damage. Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's good enough. Super intelligence, blue for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. Beginning of the upkeep of the enchanted creature's controller, that player draws a card. Okay, so like curiosity, but you don't get it the turn you play it because you won't. It's not attacking. It's not on attack or on damage, but you also don't have to attack, so you don't have to put it on a flyer. Putting this on like a hexproof creature seems very good, or one speedball card, which seems really good. Okay. So I can see in certain, or the hexproof crab. Okay, so it seems pretty good. D plus is fair. I mean, the first turn you'll already get something, so I definitely combo with certain things, but still, I think it won't be too hard to combo. In which case, you'll like that. Next, we have Thirst for Knowledge. 2 and a blue, instant. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard them. It's never that good. Better than Creature, but usually it's like a C minus. The problem is that you just don't want to discard artifacts. Like it's even if your deck's full of artifacts, like guess what? You draw 3, you probably want to keep the artifact. So I think like a lot of times you want to get discarded a land. Even then, like because if you don't have an artifact, then it's not it's a 3 for 3. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go C minus. Like prove me wrong. Cool, be good. But a lot of sets it's like a D. So and last blue uncommon is Wiccan Rising Magician. 4 and a blue for a 4/4 flying hero. Whenever you cast a non creature spell, exile another target non land, non token permanent. Return that card to the to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Exile another target non land, non token. So it can exile your opponent's things as a way to allow you to deal damage, or it could fix your things so that cause your cards to re-trigger, which also seems good. I think this is pretty good. Like what am I missing? So I think this is like a B minus. Like you just start playing stuff and then like bam. And then this can be echoed. Yeah, is it just creatures? It's just any permanent. Oh, so yeah, you can like Falcon Wing Harness or Justice. Yeah, okay. No, yeah, this is good. Okay, B mine. I mean, maybe it's just a B. I think I'm just gonna move it up to a B. So we have blue. Blue looks solid. As solid as anything. Okay, let's do black next. All right, so we have Hydra Infiltration. 3 and a blue for an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, target opponent discards 2 cards. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, target opponent loses 1 life and you get. Okay. So, interesting. So it's 4 mana for the opponent to discard 2 cards. But the benefit of it is you're getting this attack alone. I mean, And there's like certain, like, I mean, we were talking about like stature, for example, is like unblockable. So that would be good. Um, I'm gonna go C minus. Like, there's definitely gonna be times you really want this, but it's a little overcosted. So the benefit will, it'll have to really work out benefit wise. I think comboing with this, like, I think there'll be situations where this works, but I'm not sure. If it doesn't, then it's really overcosted. All right, next we have Hydra Troopers. Two and a blue for a 3/2 villain. This creature enters. You create a tapped 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. If there are two or more creature cards in your graveyard. Otherwise, mill two cards. Um, hmm. So honestly, a 3 mana 3/2 create a 2/1, even tapped, is good. And you need two more creature cards. So if you don't, you mill two cards. Now, presumably, milling two cards will then give you the two creature cards. So I think that's probably pretty good too. So I mean, I think this is pretty good. Like what? Like it's being tapped. Like it's not that big of a deal because like look, this will block. It's fine blocking, and then next turn you're attacking. Like it's untapped to attack. So it's just not going to totally save you, but I think this is like a C plus. Like, why are you not? And it gets better in more combos. So, what are we? Yeah, like this is good. I mean, it's a lot of stats. This is 4/3 of stats for 3 mana and across two bodies. Like, I think that if this isn't good, it's what has happened. Like, I guess the two is just dying. Maybe there's like something that deals two and then one, or something that really counters this hard. Or I guess aggro's terrible. This is such an aggressive card. I can't imagine this has to be good, right? Maybe this is like a B minus. I'm actually gonna move it up to a B minus. This seems really, really good. Lots of bodies, tokens, yeah. All right, next we have Kingpins, Enforcers. Two and a black for a 2/3 villain with lifelink, and then sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw a card. Um, hmm. So there was a card in Theros Beyond Death that was this, but it didn't have lifelink. And it was actually decent. Um Drawing a card is definitely nice. But that was a long time ago now, this set. This is probably higher power level. So I think I'm gonna give this a C minus. Like I just it's tough to imagine wanting a bunch of these. Like I feel like this is like you can have one and maybe play it. Maybe some decks it's decent, but you're probably not going to want like three. Maybe I'll be wrong. It can sacrifice itself to draw a card, which is okay, but it's just understated. So maybe it's a C. I'm going to keep it at C minus for now, though. Ninja of the Hand. Two and a black for a 2/2 death touch. Power up for four and a black. Each opponent discards a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So 5 mana, 3/3 death touch, opponent discards a card. Or 3 mana, 2/2 death touch. Seems okay. Opponent discarding is usually good. I think this is like a C. I mean, death touch blocks well. You won't kill them quickly, but I guess hopefully I guess you're probably hoping this is a controlling card. If black's super aggressive, like then this is going to be lower. But I think for now, I'll give it a C. Project Deathlock Soldier. So black for a 1/2 artifact creature. And it's 2 and a black returns a creature from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, is an artifact, does sacrifice, um, a little expensive. Um, but if you have the mana, this can do stuff. So I mean, already like just works well with the Kingpins Enforcers and like artifact entering. So there's definitely stuff. It's probably C minus. You just like you only want a bunch of these if you like there's really some kind of sacrifice theme, which I'm just not seeing yet. I guess this also works as a discard from your hand theme. So like good with um what's her face? Titania. Like you would just discard this. I still think it's just a C minus. Red Room Recruit. So 1 on a black for a 1/2. When this creature enters, it connives. So, sorry, it's a 1/2 villain. So, 2 mana. I mean, so if you. Okay, so if you have too many lands, this is a 2 mana, like early, 2 mana, 1/2, and it would help you draw out of Mana Flood, which is pretty good, decent. And if you're mana screwed, you love this more because it's a 2 mana 2/3 and helps you draw out of Mana Screw. That's probably the best situation. Is if you have 2 lands, you desperately need the third land. You play this turn 2, 2/3, get the land you need, get rid of something else. Love the card there. There, it's like a B minus C plus. If you just discarding a land, I guess you've gotten out of flood, which is okay. It's probably not going to happen a ton. If you just play it normally, I guess it's okay. And if you play it late, like hopefully, if you have a land in hand, I guess it's like sort of drawing you out of that. Okay, this is like kind of looking to be like decent no matter what, uh, which makes me like it more. So I think I'll just give this a C. I think this is definitely playable. It also triggers your draw twos. I could see it being a C plus if this set is like really all about like drawing lands or if the synergies are really high. But I think for now, just a C, just due to stats. It's notably. I think if it was a 2/1, this would be. But what can you do? All right, next we have Rothsome Brutes. 4 and a black for a 4/4 villain with menace. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Notably, not this creature. And it has basic land cycling as well for 2. So same thing talks about is applied that we talked about with the blue land cycler. Um so 4/4 is not 5 mana 4/4 menace is underrated at this point. Like that would probably be like a D plus, I think. Yeah, D plus. But drawing a second card to put a +1/+1 counter, that does make it annoying. And then if you land cycle also, that's like kind of nice. So I think we'll just give it a C. I still can't imagine it's better than a C. I think I'm kind of being generous with assuming these land cyclings are going to do more than what some people would say, just because. Sorry, I'm looking for where I put the blue one. Isn't this where did I put the Oh yeah, right here. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm giving some benefit here to this like basic land cycling being pretty good. I'm not sure if it's gonna do like the crazy whatever, like splashing stuff, or I don't know if it's gonna be incredibly useful all the time, but it does seem flexible. So that's all. And I think this card can be okay. So we'll see. Stolen Stark Tech. 1 in a black for an artifact equipment with flash. And when it enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, and it equips for only 1, which is pretty good. Um, okay, so I think you would typically like this set or Secrets of Strixhaven had black mana for +1/+0 indestructible. So this is one more mana than that. But you are getting an artifact, and the effect is permanent and can be moved around very easily, which I think is honestly pretty good. Every mana matters on combat tricks, so 2 mana is a lot more than one, but and that's because you have to like save the mana for the combat trick. So just being able to save one is super easy. Saving two is a lot hard. This benefit is a lot better. So I'm gonna go just to C. I think C is fair. Unliving Legionnaire. You're in a black for a 3/2 vampire villain with flying, and then it has power up for 7 mana. So 5 black. Turn up to one target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on the creature. So this is a 7 mana 5/4 return up to one target creature, essentially. That would be that would be great if you have like 10 mana. One of the best cards. As is, it seems pretty bad. Like this, oh my god, if something deals 2 damage, like you're sad about this. I think I'm gonna go like D plus. I just don't. I guess if flying's super good, or maybe like this is the only way you're bringing stuff back. But overall, I just don't think this is that good. Too little toughness. Visions of Villainy. 2 and a black. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a villain. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Um, hmm. So it's an instant, and it can cost 2 mana, but losing 2 lives, just it's not like it worked with this set. This effect, the cost of brilliance, was 3 mana sorcery, but it put the +1/+1 counter, which is just so critical. Also, you could use it on the opponent, which mattered sometimes. I mean, being instant is pretty good, but there's just gonna be times this is not castable. This is very powerful compared to a lot of times this was just a 3 mana sorcery, and there was no way to make it two. But I still think it's just gonna be a C minus. Like, unless card draw is super critical, and unless you're really confident that you're gonna have the life for this, I just don't see it. All right, next we have Widow's Bite. So it's 1 and a black for an instant with Teamwork 3. You can choose one. If the spell was cast using Teamwork, you choose both. Target creature gains Death Touch till end of turn, and target creature gains -2/-2 until end of turn. Okay, so I mean, if you do the Teamwork, which I guess is like a block, you can kind of kill like 2 things, sort of. But I guess this is a very good defensive card, which I guess you're kind of looking for. Um, Even if they interact with the death touch, I mean, I guess this is just upside, right? And that's what you're looking for. So 2 mana -2/-2. We've already gone through enough cards that I think this would work well on. So I'm already gonna, I think, give this decent grit. And then so the death touch, I guess it's just an upside. So I mean, I guess I'm doing a C plus there. Okay, C plus. Agents of Hydra. 1 and a black for a 1/1 when and villain. When this creature dies, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. Um hmm. Okay, so good sacrifice. Maybe one card that 2 and black sacrifice might be a little better than I thought. Um I mean, this is pretty good. So I think there's been 1/1s that die into 2/2s, and that's usually like okay. I think a 2/1 with menace is better than a 2/2. So I think I'll just go C. And if there's enough ways to sacrifice, this could go higher, but I haven't seen them. I don't think it's part of a specific theme. Rule Alliance. Tuna Black for sorcery with Teamwork 2. It says exile target creature with mana value 3 or less. If the spell was cast using Teamwork instead, exile target creature and you gain 3 life. So 3 mana sorcery, exile target creature with mana value 3 or less is okay. Probably like a C minus. Yeah, I think C minus maybe. Now, 3 mana exile target creature you gain 3 life is like a B plus. So big difference. You'll need creatures for this to be good. Tapping a creature is bad for defense, but gaining the 3 life kind of makes up for that. So really variable on the card. I'm gonna go B minus for now. I think just like the exile and gain 3 life is so powerful that I'm gonna like give it a break. But there is a little concern if you don't have any creatures. Like, what are you doing? It's gonna be a lot worse. But all right, decoy ploy. 1 on a black. Choose one or instant. Sorry, choose one or both. Return target villain card from your graveyard to your hand, and return target hero card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. So if you have both, this is very good because it's a 2 mana instant return 2 creature cards to your hand. If you only have one, this is probably bad. So somewhat of a build, but I think it's like a C plus in the right deck. Um, Black does seem to kind of have a lot of villains, so I'm pretty sure you'll have the villains covered, and then I guess you'll just have to make sure you have the heroes covered as well. Yeah, C plus if if you have them, but if you do, then that's great. This card, Hour of Defeat, 3 and a black, instant, destroy target creature, surveil. Love, love. It's gotta be like a B. I mean, surveil is just great. Like, what are we? Yeah, what else could you want? Um, not anything, but like you could have it be like a mana cheaper or something, but it's not even very splashable too. So I like this card a lot. All right, let's do the uncommons. So we have Claw, Sonic Subjugator. 2 and a black for a 2/2 with Sonic Attack. It's a villain. Sorry, I should have emphasized that. When Claw enters, target player reveals a number of cards in their hand equal to 1 plus the number of creature cards in your graveyard. You choose one of them. That player discards this card. Okay, so worst case, it's 3 mana 2/2. Opponent discards a card. And if you have enough creatures in the graveyard, it can be 3 mana, target player reveals a card, reveals their hand, you pick a card and discard it. Either way, this is just very. I mean, every card that does this is good. 1 extra mana for 1/1. Like normally it's a 2 mana 1/1 discard a card, which is like basically always decent and often good. 1 more mana for 1 more power and toughness is like probably a fine payoff. And then in addition, you get this benefit where you might get to look at like their whole hand, which just becomes like really busted at that point. So I mean, I think this is like a B. Could it be a B plus? I think it's a B. I mean, so there was Thoughtstalker Warlock, which was from Bloomborough, which was this, except it had Menace, notably, but it like was discard a card unless you dealt damage, in which case it was just look at their whole hand. And that was basically a B plus. And this is like close to that. So I think I'm just gonna I think a B plus is fair. All right, Madam Mask. Four and a black for 3/2. When Madam Mask enters, it's a villain. When Madam Mask enters, she connives. And when you draw out your second card each turn, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. So it's a 5 mana 3/2, I guess maybe 4/3 with a 2/1. I guess the only thing is if you killed this on response to it entering, then it would just kill it. So like right away you respond, that would be powerful. But other than that, it's like a 3/2 or 4/3 with a 2/1. And then also now you draw more cards and get more 2/1s. Okay. Pretty good. I think that's like a B. I am a little petrified of the just instant response. Which, by the way, Widow's Bite, just what a response to this. Like this card gets eaten for lunch by Widow's Bite, and that makes me want to. I'm actually just for that going to move Widow's Bite up to a B. Not. I mean, that's not the only reason, but like, there's like a bunch of cards now that I think about that it's like, oh, if you just kill it like right away, like what a useful thing, and they have 2 toughness. So I think Widow's Bite is a B minus. Anyway, this does seem pretty good though, and does give a lot of payoffs, and seems like it has to be dealt with like right away. Okay, the Masters of Evil, 5 and a black for a 5/6 villain. Other villains you control get +2/+1. And then also you can play 1 and a black, discard this card, search your library for a plan card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. 2+2/+1 is a lot. Like a really crazy. It's a really crazy amount. Like that gives all your menace villain, all these menace things we're talking about, like they're 4/2s with menace. Plus, you can use this to get a plan, which I mean, presumably there are some really good plans. Do this early. I mean, you'll need villains for sure, but in the right deck, I don't really see why this can't be like a B. This is a totally game changing card. You'll need villains or plans, probably both. Well, at the very least, I would with just enough villains, this would still be a B. We'll have to see what plans there are. I mean, based on the plan we saw so far, I wouldn't be so excited for this, but I assume there's better ones. I think there's one uncommon plan of every color, and I don't know about rivers and mythic rivers. Anyway, we have Moonstone Harsh Mistress. The moon is a harsh mistress. 3 and a black for a 2/4 villain with flying. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Missing some kind of like self discard theme. I've seen one card that does it. Um, I guess Al's Thirst for Knowledge also did it. But if I feel like okay, I do see what I'm missing, and the answer is I'm missing Connive, which also would work for this Project Deathlock Soldier, but I'm still keeping that C minus. But this is interesting. So Moonstone Hearth Mistress. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile. If you do, you end the next turn, you may play that card. So this is pretty useful. Like I'm imagining you discard lands, and then you can just play them. Or you can discard whatever card you're going to play for turn by conniving. I think this is pretty good. Like you're not going to want to keep this up. I guess it's not great stats. Although if it was a 4 and a 3/4 flyer, like that would be totally fine. And you very quickly gain, and it's the end of your next turn. So not even this turn. It's like pretty good. I think we'll go C plus. This is a lot of value. It is a flyer as well. Yeah, I think C plus is fair. Robot Domination. 3 and a black for an enchantment plan. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you draw a card, lose 1 life, and put a plan counter on this enchantment. So that includes milling. That includes discarding, so conniving, and that includes obviously stuff. And then when the plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it and create 3/2/2 colorless robot villain artifact creature tokens. So 4 mana. I mean, this is 4 mana. Create 3/2/2s. That would be so. That's a good effect, and like that will definitely happen. But so whenever you connive a creature away, you would draw a card and lose a life. But whenever stuff died, I mean, this seems good. I'm not really sure what I'm missing. Like you would need if you were very, very low life, this would kind of suck, but hopefully you have okay life, and then this seems like great value. So I think I'm just gonna go B. All right, next we have Ronin Shadow Stalker. 2 and a black for a 3/3 hero. This is Hawkeye. Spoiler. Pay 2 life. Add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast equipment spells or activate equip abilities. Activate only once each turn. And you can tap to sacrifice an equipment attached to Ronin. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So you can pay 2 life to basically make equipment more easily playable. And then you can tap it to sacrifice an equipment and then kill stuff with it. So, so like Stark Stolen Tech, which is 1 and a black, you could pay 2 life to then just play that for free because it's 2 mana, and that can be done at instant speed, and even the turn you play this. Then, so that's already really good. Like that can be some serious blowing up. There's like multiple flash equipments, I believe. Um, and then you can use that equipment to as removal once it's lost some of its use. I mean, it seems to pair very well with Stark Stolen Tech, but I mean, this seems like a good combo. I think we'll go C. It's also a 3 mana 3/3, which is not bad at all. We'll go C plus, but like, I mean, in particular, Stolen Stark Tech, like this really combos well. Turning this into like a 2-for-1, and it's like free basically. It's just really really nice. And then I'm what was it? Super Suit. I mean, Super Suit also costs that much, so that's another one. Is it better than a C plus? Those are both common cards. You only need like 3 of them before this becomes really good. Move this up to B minus. What combo? Anyway, Swordsman Sharp Scoundrel. I'm gonna write that down as one of my potential combos. Swordsman Sharp Scoundrel. 1 and a black for a 2/2 hero villain. There we go. Whenever another villain you control enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target creature you control. Whenever a crypt creature you control attacks, it connives. Okay. Huh. Am I missing like I guess there's like this whole like mini equipment theme? It's not a officially supported archetype. So I'm a little confused. No, anyway. Good equipment, obviously. So whenever villain whenever villain enters, you could just equip stuff for free. So that seems okay. It's like Falcon's Wings, right? Um, sorry. I'm just like trying to figure out how many equipments. I guess I've seen three so far. Two common, one uncommon, maybe like one more that I'm forgetting. Um, it's a 2 minute tutu, so it can't be that bad. And I guess if you have equipment, this can just start conniving. Or whatever. If you have equipped creatures, this will just start conniving, which is pretty good. So it seems good early, good late. I think this is maybe like a solid C plus. It's hard for two drops to be too bad. At least if they have two power. Too evil to stay dead. Two and a black. Oh boy. For a sorcery with teamwork 4. Choose target creature card in your graveyard with mana value 4 or less. If the spell was cast using teamwork, instead choose target creature card in your graveyard. Return the chosen card to the battlefield. Um, hmm. Okay. So this is a very cheap one, which, if you have, like, you could connive away a really expensive creature, and then you teamwork this and bring it back. That does seem pretty good. Having said that, like, how many reanimates are actually good? This does seem to be especially good, so I'll give it a C just because of the extra power and because it does seem to have some reasonable support, but I just can't get too excited about it yet. But happy to be proven wrong. Okay, next we have Whiplash, Vengeful Engineer. Black for a 2/2, enters tapped. Okay, it's a human artificer villain. Whenever Whiplash attacks, if he's equipped, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of equipment attached to him. Where is this equipment theme coming from? Did I miss something? Was there like some equipment thing that. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's a black white theme. Is that the idea? Because you just want like big creatures that attack alone and then they get benefits? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Um, I guess that means that we're gonna see some white equipment too. Anyway, sorry. If he's equipped, each opponent loses X life, you gain X life, where X is the number of equipment attached to him. Okay. So you're attacking alone with this, and you're draining. It's a one. I mean, ultimately, it's a 1 mana 2/2 that just can't block the turn it's played. So that alone kind of just makes it pretty good. By the way, this does not have to attack alone for stuff to trigger, but so I think this is just like a B minus. You'll want some equipment, obviously, but I mean, it's also can just block very early. I don't really know. Like, what are you missing here? You play this turn one, like you're very, very excited. Yellow Jacket, Heartless Marauder, one in a black for a 1/2 villain with flying. Whenever another villain you control enters, Yellow Jacket gains +1/+0 and gains lifelink till end of turn. Okay, well that's exciting. You'll obviously need villains to make this good, but I mean, you're attacking with a 2/2, maybe even a 3/2 some things. By the way, like the villain tokens and stuff, those count. So I think this has to be like a B. Um, very, very exciting. I mean, you need some villains, but everything black is a villain. So what are we doing here? I think you could play this with like 8 villains, you'd be fine. So not even like red. Like red black is the villain color, shockingly. Um, Next is Arnim Zola, Biofanatic, 2 and a black for a 2/3 legendary artifact creature, villain, and create a 2/1 black villain creature with mix. Activate only if there are two or more creature cards in your graveyard. Speaking of ways to create villains, that seems great. So this seems pretty good. Love Arnim Zola with what we just looked at. Um, so Zola with yellow jacket. Um, sorry, just writing these down. Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, you need the ability, you need to have it in the graveyard, and even then, like it is 3 mana, create a tapped villain, so maybe it's just like a C or C minus. C minus. I can't. I mean, it's probably not like great on every turn without like a lot of support. Like I'm actually not sure. Like, it combos with Yellow Jacket so well. Thing. Put it right away, but C minus for now. Anyway, Even Strucker, Hydra over. 2 and a black for a 2/2 villain. Villain spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Yes. Whenever a villain you control enters, you may have it connive. Do this only once each turn. Um, does Baron Strucker trigger itself? That's a very interesting question. While I look that up, let me evaluate the card. So it seems to know, but I guess it probably. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, forget all that. It says another. Um, sorry. Okay, I think this is okay. Like 3 mana 2/2 is not great. It does make things cheaper. I think C. I think it's a C. I think in some decks where you're really villain heavy, you'd go up to C plus. But I think that it's kind of weak, so I'm not like the stats are just too bad that I'm not sure you're like so excited to play this everywhere. Also, really excited for Widow's Bite. Crossbones, Malicious Mercenary, 3 and a black for a 3/3 villain with Death Touch. Whenever another villain you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Crossbones. He deals 2 damage to each opponent. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, that would be really busted if it triggered more. Um, this still seems pretty solid. I mean, just sitting like they'll need to kill this. Again, I kind of put this over a card like Baron Strucker because this really is like strong. Sorry, where did I put him? Yeah, this is just. I feel like this is just stronger, and like a 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch like still blocks for sure. And this is gonna just get bigger and deal damage, and you'll be really happy. Good in control decks, seems pretty good in aggro decks too. Okay, Dark Deed. 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn. What's not to love? Um, I mean, B plus, B. We'll go, we'll go B plus. Not really. It's 1 and a black for -4/-4. That's really insane value. Okay, last black uncommon is Grim Reaper. Sorry, Grim Reaper Lethal Legionnaire. 3 and a black for a 3/4 villain. Whenever Grim Reaper attacks, you may pay 3 and a black. When you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking with a finality counter on it. Always fun. Um. Okay, so it seems good. but then you got to remember that it's a 4 mana 3/4, and that you need to have the creature in the graveyard. This needs to attack, and the thing bringing it back is tapped and attacking, which means it has to survive, or at least not just be chump blocked, not be chump attacking. So I think considering that, I'm just gonna give this a C minus. If it's good, it's good. Cool. Like prove me wrong. But I've never seen this kind of card be good. Sorry, the thing I was looking at before is I'm just seeing more um a lot more blue rares than, so I was just confused why. But that's not for now. That's to decide later. Okay, let's do red next. So first we have red commons, Blazing Crescendo reprint. One in a red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that. This not usually like it seems good, but somehow it just never is. Maybe it a C minus. I mean, it could be good. We'll see. Maybe this set will be a better set. Notably, I believe if they respond to this by killing your creature, you will not exile. You'll not have to exile the card. So, somewhat notable. All right, next is Crimson Operative. 3 and a black for a 3/2 artifact villain with prowess. And when this creature enters, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Okay. Okay. So, artifact, prowess is okay, but also draws a card. So, I think this is pretty good. Um, I can see C plus here. I mean, a little weak, but getting to like kind of pseudo draw a card is pretty useful. And there's a lot of artifact benefits too. And also as a villain, I think this is just like a very good gluey card, which makes me think you'll want it in all decks. It could be a C, in which case like a very high C. But I'm going to give it a C plus to as a nod to its flexibility. Okay, next we have Hawkeye's red for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has reach. Whenever equipped creature becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to each opponent and equips for 1. This seems not so good. Reach, I suppose, is pretty useful. Um, I guess in like a really aggressive deck, this, this is causing your creatures to deal 2 extra damage. It's played and equipped for 1. You play it turn 1, play a creature, you immediately equip. It's dealing extra damage, and on defense, it's giving you reach, which I suppose, like in certain situations, will become very useful. Okay, I'll give it a C minus. I see enough from it, but I just it's just so small ball still, all things considered. I guess you can really stack these up. Okay, actually, that's a good point. So if you get like 3 of them, then you're doing a lot of a sudden. And you can tap for stuff like teamwork. Okay, move it to a C. I get it. I would, if you're gonna want one though, you probably want more than one because then you can just start doing really good things. Keep in mind teamwork payoffs with that, and keep in mind you probably want to be aggressive. I think reach alone is just like kind of nice. The aggressive part is what matters with this. All right, next we have Hire a Crew. 2 and a red for an instant. Create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's a 3 mana 2/1 that would cause then creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's like kind of like a 3 mana create a 3/1 blocker at instant speed. So it's like a 3 mana 3/1 flash and then gives your creatures +1/+0. That's probably like, is that the best use of it? I mean, that's pretty good. Um, and then maybe they can respond, but you're still getting a 1-for-1 value. And then attacking, +1/+0 is not bad, but the villain will attack. Um, I think I'm gonna go C minus for now, just as a 3 mana 3/1 flash, kind of treating it with like slight upsides. I don't know. Like I could see this being good because it's so flexible, but it's just so weak. Like at attacking, it's weak. At blocking, it's weak. And it does do all those things, and you can surprise them, and you could maybe even deal a bunch of damage with a bunch of different creatures, but just need to see it first. Next, we have sorry, oh, uh, one in a red for an instant. Teamwork 4. Choose one. If the spell is cast using teamwork, you can choose both. Destroy target non-creature artifact. Target creature you controls deals damage equal to its power to target creature your opponent controls. So green effect, green bite effect. One in a red. So one in a red for that. Like I actually think that's worse than the normal bite, which is one in a green, because red has damage, like damage dealing spells, which are usually better than like these bite spells. Also, green creatures are generally bigger than red creatures, so and then destroying target non-creature artifact isn't nothing. There seems to be a lot of equipment going around, which would be a good thing to destroy. And it's instant speed, and so you can do both, which isn't bad. I agree it's better, but I'm still only going to give it a C minus, I think. I just can't imagine this is like what you want to do. Is there D? I guess every bite is like a C. Okay, we'll give it a C. Hydra Assault Robot. One in a red for a 1/3 artifact villain. Whenever another villain or artifact enters, this deals 1 damage to target opponent. Huh. Hmm. Whenever an artifact or villain enters, so it's like works with black and blue. So like not good with green red or presumably white red, but who knows? I guess these ping well together. We'll give it a C. Like maybe it's good. I don't know. I mean, like if you have 3 of these out, like good luck to your opponent. Like you just play a villain and they're just gonna and each one triggers the other, so and like they trigger multiple times. Okay, fine. We'll give it a C plus. I just this is really something. There does seem to be a lot of ways to create villains and artifacts. Does it strike twice when you enter? Why did it have to say and? Whatever. I don't think it triggers twice. If it does, then oh my god, this card becomes really, really powerful. With itself. Just keep that in mind. Okay, Lun Warrior. One in a red for a 2/2 human warrior hero. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Just a normal 2/2. I mean, it's a little upside, whatever. Like, there's some things, I suppose. Sacrificing equipment, maybe, that you've already used, or whatever. I guess you can discard a card. It's fine. I think C minus seems fair. Um, Next, we have Free Sentinel, 4 in a red for a 5/5 artifact villain. Both those things. It has reach and it has basic land cycling. I think this one I will give a C minus to. Just little bit, not enough upside for me. All right, next we have Lightning Strike. You know what this one is? Oh yeah, it has Thor. One in a red for an instant. Lightning Strike deals 3 damage to any target. I mean, classic B can go face. Just very good. I think there's been like one set where this wasn't like at least a B, or at least maybe at least a B minus. I don't know. Like, very good. Okay, Machine Automaton. 2 and a red for a 2/2 artifact villain with trample. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yeah, I'm just not into this anymore. I kind of want it to just like if it gets big, it'll get big, and maybe I'll be proven wrong. There'll just be so many artifacts, like great, but these just haven't been good when they start low powered in a while, unless it's like a really special synergy. All right. Next, we have Repulsor Blast. 3 and a red for a sorcery with Teamwork 2. Repulsor Blast deals 5 damage to our creature. If the spell is cast using Teamwork, it also deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. I mean, 4 mana to deal 5 is like usually okay. Usually you want one more damage than the mana cost. Would love for it to be an instant. And I guess being able to deal damage to your opponent is good too. Although I probably wouldn't be teamworking this a lot. I guess the question is C or C plus. The I'll go C. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Just the sorcerer I think is a little too cheap for me. Now we have Stark Industries Executive. So it's just Pepper. I guess they just didn't want to make her legendary, but red for a 1/2, and then just 2 tap, create a treasure token. So we've seen a lot of artifact synergies. So like for artifact enter effects, like this is good because you're creating an artifact every turn. But it is a 1 mana 1/2. And it's not quite as good as like a tapper, I think, unless you're like really benefiting from the artifacts energies. So I think like a C minus seems fair. Like if you really care about the artifacts energies, it'll be good. It'll be okay. And if you really, I mean, as a ramp effect, it just seems tough. I guess you can create artifacts to sacrifice. There seems to be a reasonable amount of synergies there too. So I think we'll go C minus. Okay, next we have Super Speed. Red for an enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, enchanted creature gains first strike until end of turn, and enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has haste. So I guess you can. I mean, you probably aren't playing it for both. I guess first strike doesn't have to be a surprise to be useful, but it can be used as a surprise first strike +1/+0 trick, which is fine. Also, it can be given a creature +1/+0 and haste and first strike. So hard to block, which also seems pretty good. Having said that, I'm still just going to give it a C minus. What C minuses here? Am I? Yeah, I'm giving a lot of red cards. Team. I don't know how good. Red is. Right, next we have Vision of Love. Aww. A 1 and a red for an instant. You may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. It's an instant and discards a card, I guess. But I'm still just leaning C minus again. Um, I mean, this effect's always like around a C minus, but I mean, the sacrificing artifact, I guess, is not always there, but I just don't see that many ways to create cheap sacrificable artifacts like outside of Stark Industries Executive. Although even then, you're spending 2 mana. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna go C minus. All right, last red common, we have Volcanic Villain. 2 and a red for a 3/2 villain with haste. And power up, 5 and a red, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. So it could be a 6 mana 5/4 haste, or a 3 mana 3/2 haste that later could get bigger. That just seems bad all the way around. I think that's like a D plus. I don't know, like I guess it's a villain, but maybe if you're really trying to kill him fast, but if this was, why can this be 5 mana, 5/4 haste? I guess it's just too good at that point. But 6 is just way too much mana. I don't know. Maybe red will be so aggressive that I'll that. I think for now. Let's go on to the uncommons. Um, how we doing on this? All right, we could probably finish. No, no, we'll see how we're feeling. Next, first red uncommon is Death to Our Enemies. Tuna red for. Oh, this is the plan. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a tapped treasure token and put a plan counter on this enchantment. And way to make artifacts a sacrifice. When the fourth plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it. When you do, it deals 7 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. Any target. So it can deal 7 damage to your opponent? Wow. Okay. That seems good. Also can kill creatures, I mean, obviously, but 7 damage to face. That's good. These stack too. There's no rule that says you can't have 2 of these, right? And deal 14 damage. Oh my god. This is like a is this like a B plus? I mean, you need a certain amount of non-creatures, but I guess maybe that's like more of an argument for the higher crew because it's like a non-creature spell. I don't know, but that's wow, love them. Anyway, I mean, I mean, even 2 of them, like, kill your opponent. Okay, so next we have Evil's Thrall, Tuna Red, sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. If you control a villain with greater mana value than that creature, gain control of that creature until the end of your next turn. Instead, untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. Um, hmm. So always will be a good like just for it, like even without villains, you can play it. There is some steal and sack stuff here, especially with like black, which also has good villains. I mean, there's also some of these cards that like sacrifice artifacts, so you can't guarantee your opponent's going to have an artifact. Sorry, I was trying to find some sacrifice artifacts. You can't guarantee your opponent will always have artifact creatures, but they do that becomes better. If you have villains, I mean, taking it for 2 turns, especially in an aggressive enough deck, is like what and you really can't like just ignore it the whole time. Um, so I think in the right villain deck, in a very aggressive, very villain centric deck, I think we're looking at like a B minus. But I think just C plus is probably fair for like normal things. Okay, so next we have Hawkeye, Young Avenger. This is not. This is Kate Bishop. This is not Clint. 3 in a red for a 2/4 hero with reach. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, instead it deals that much damage plus X. X is Hawkeye's power. Okay, so this makes all your removal spells. I guess this really works well with Hawkeye's bow, right? This is you tap and this would deal 4 damage. And if you had like multiple bows, oh my god, this is getting out of hand fast. Um so I mean I guess that's a good combo. Um like I suppose the idea is that Hawkeye would want would want Hawkeye's bow. So, just to be clear, if you have 2 bows attached to Hawkeye, then Hawkeye is a 4/4 that when you tap, it will deal 10 damage to the opponent. Yeah, that seems good. Um, definitely keep that in mind for sealed. I think I'm just gonna give it a C though. Like you need, I mean, there's not like so many ways to deal damage. I guess this counts as non-combat damage. Sorry, I'm just trying to look for other ways to deal damage. I'm seeing like Hulk Smash, Lightning Strike. That's pretty much it. I guess Repulsor Blast too, and then it would deal damage to the creature's controller. Okay. Next turn. I'll move Hawkeye. No, I think a C is fair. Look, good build around, especially if you get enough Hawkeye bows. Definitely into it then, but I think I'm gonna leave it lower for now. Okay, next we have Hex Magic. So two in a red for a sorcery arcane. Is there some arcane payoff? Exile all the cards from your hand, then draw that many cards. Until the end of your next turn, you may play cards exiled this way. Hmm. So it's so you play it, you would discard everything and draw new cards. So it's like it you know what you're discarding too. So you like would play this, and then you would like let's say you have three cards. You discard three, draw three, and like you could play land for turn. You could have both lands for turn, for example, plus something else. I mean, it's very good. Like it seems like a good way to draw like three or four cards. You'll need to have that many in hand, and but you do know ahead of time. You're not counting on like getting lucky. I mean, you're hoping to draw good cards, but like those cards you can play forever. You know what you're discarding, so you know like how if it's going to be playable or not. Now, if you just have like a big six drop in your hand and you're not going to play it, then you are giving up a card. But I mean, if you played this, I guess if even if you played this like turn, let's say you played this turn three, or maybe turn four. So turn four, you have like four cards in hand. You haven't played land for turn. You play this, discard, play land for turn, and then next turn you would play land for turn. Again, this is all from the discarded card, and then you could play like one thing, and you've left something to rot in your hand or in the discard, but you've basically drawn three cards. Two of them were lands with this. I mean, this seems pretty good. Like C, maybe C. I think we'll go C plus. This seems like enough good drawing, and it just. I think unlike a lot of these other things, where so often the cards you can only temporarily play are the cards you draw, so you just are hoping to get the right kind of thing. With this, you just know already because they're already in your hand, and so I think knowing is really powerful here. Also, it's a way to dig. If you have like seven cards in hand, like it's actually not even that bad because you then just dug for a new hand. You got a whole new hand. Um, next we have Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Two in a red for a 2/2 flying hero. Whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, Human Torch deals one damage to target opponent. And a power up for six in a red. So seven mana. Sorry, that puts 3+1/+1 counters on Human Torch. So it's a 7 mana 5/5 flyer or 3 mana 2/2 flyer in that sort of sense. And then whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, you know, I guess if you have another, if it's just let's just assume you always have another hero, which you definitely can't assume, but let's just pretend for a second. Um, that's fine. Okay. I mean, it's like, yeah, I guess like you're not going to necessarily be drawing a bunch of cards unless you're playing like the card we just went over, Hex Magic. Um, but normally you wouldn't be. So I think this is just a C minus. by the way, does infinite combo with the Fantastic Four. Part of it makes you the part of it that infinite combos is that the Fantastic Four will do their combo letting you draw infinite cards, and this will just ping them infinite time, as many times as you have cards. Iron Fist, Living Weapon. 200 red for a 2/3 hero. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, Iron Fist gains tap. Iron Fist deals damage equal to his power to any other target until end of turn. Um. Okay, so you have to cast a spell, and then this will deal damage to any target. So this could kill stuff, but you'll need to cast a spell to target, which kind of implies that it has to be like an instant or sorcery. I guess something that makes this bigger would be okay. But it has to target a creature you control. So, like, what are we even like looking at here that would do that? And Blazing Crescendo. Not even Hire Crew does that. Um, yeah, what does it? I'm very like I'm looking. I don't see anything that targets it. So I think I'm just gonna give it a C minus, and I guess you're hoping to use other stuff like be blue red or something. I don't. It just doesn't seem good. Is this even lower? It's just you, right? It's not like your opponent does it. Yeah, whenever you cast a spell, it targets a creature you control. I'm gonna give it a D plus. I don't see it. I mean, maybe I'm missing it, but there's like no red cards that do that so far. So maybe I'll come back and move it up. Jessica Jones, Private Eye. 2 in a red for a 2/3 hero. Tap, put a stun counter on Jessica Jones. Exile the top X cards of your library, where X is Jessica Jones' power. You may play those cards this turn. Okay, so just assuming she hasn't been buffed. You tap, and you can look at the top 2 cards and play those cards this turn. This turn is a little difficult because you're hoping to draw good stuff or stuff that's at least playable. And even if you buff it, like, okay, you draw 3 or 4, like, it's still not like you think to play it this turn still. I mean, this is going to be annoying to deal with. It certainly would win the game late. I'm fair. I'm down to give it a C. Maybe if this format's really slow, it would be better than that, but you also do need some power. All right, next we have Loki Laufeyson. Loki Laufeyson. 1 in a red for a 2/1 God Sorcerer villain. Um, it's a 2/1, as I said. 1 in tap. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value less than or equal to Loki's power this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. And it has a power up, 4 in a red, put 2+1/+1 counters on Loki. So for 5 mana, you could get a 4/3 that then you could then tap to make other stuff even bigger. Um, I mean, this seems pretty good. Like, there's definitely stuff. Lightning Strike immediately jumps to mind, or jumps to mind. I see it. Blazing Crescendo could be useful. Vision of Love. Yeah, okay. There's definitely stuff, and they can also get bigger. I think I'm willing to give this a C plus. I think a C plus seems fair. Misty Knight, Hero for Hire. Is it she the one that lost her arm? Oh, there you go. There's the missing arm. 1 in a red for a 3/1 detective hero. I said detective because I remember she was a cop. 2 tap, discard a card, draw a card for each card you discarded this turn. Okay. So, huh. I mean, 2 mana 3/1 is already decent. And then you could two discard a card, draw a card. So this is at worst, it's two tap, discard a card, draw a card. Eh, Let's say you've already discarded a card, then it's discard a card, draw two cards. Um, hmm. And if you've discarded your whole hand, I guess that's exile, so never mind. This also could really counter some like opponents making you discard a card. There's enough here. I think I'm gonna go C plus. I, there's gonna be times this just is a 2 mana 3/1, but that's already okay. But like just if your opponent makes you discard a card and you do this and then just draw all the cards back, that's gonna be so much fun. All right, next we have Photon Blast Barrage, X red red. For a sorcery, when you cast a spell, copy it X times. You may choose new targets for the copy. Photon Blast Barrage deals 1 damage to target creature. Okay, so you can cast this a bunch of times. Oh, am I like missing? I must be missing something. I assume there's like some kind of combo with this. Like the fact that it does it each time, like it does like a bunch of different, like, so assuming you pay like 6 mana for this, you get 4 copies of a spell, which I guess I guess makes it like extra good. I don't know, there must be something that like dealing that much damage works. I mean, I suppose this is really good for killing, like cleaning up all the villains. You can like spread them out. I don't know why they needed to word it this way though. If being able to like trigger a bunch of copies does something else, then this becomes a lot better. Otherwise, it's like tough to give this a good grade, even with split damage. I'm gonna I can't see yet. I don't know if we haven't gotten to the card or I'm just not seeing it yet. So I'm gonna give this a C minus, knowing that there are definitely cards here that like there's a lot of one toughness things that this can like really clean up and become very good quickly. But it's just like it would need to be X red for it to be good at that rate. If there is some benefit to the copying and there's like some 2 card combo or something I'm missing, then I'll find it and you'll just have to recognize this grade is not accounting for that. Okay, next we have Red Hulk. 4 red for a 6/7 Gamma Berserker villain with reach and trample. And it has enrage. Whenever Red Hulk is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When you do, he deals damage equal to the +1 number of +1/+1 counters on him to any other target. Um, hmm. Okay. We'll start with 6 mana, 6/7 reach trample. It's okay. Good. 6/7 trample is like decent amount. And then reach is always nice. Probably give that like a C, C minus. Um, the enrage effect. So the first time you would be dealt damage, I guess this combos Photon Blast Barrage. Yeah, I mean that does combo. Um, hmm, interesting. It's actually a good point. Um, huh. Well, anyway. Okay, so I mean, there's I guess other things that does become pretty good pretty fast. It's starting to deal damage. We'll give it a C plus. Yeah. So Photon Barrage. Since I didn't say anything, let's say you cast this for 6, and you have all of them trigger on Red Hulk. So every time you would get a plus one counter. So like that would be it would be red, deal a damage, boom. Red, two one counters, deal 2 damage. Red, deal 3 damage. And so by the end, you have dealt 1, 2, 3, 4 damage separately with Red Hulk, and Red Hulk would be a 10-11. So that is a combo. So I'll have to keep that in mind. All right, next we have Speed, Young Avenger. 1 in a red for a 2/2 hero with haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1. When you do, target creature with haste can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. So it's a two mana 2/2 haste, and then whenever you cast a creature, you can pay 1 and basically make this not be blocked. Or something else, I mean, to be fair. 2 mana 2/2 haste is like not bad. It stays out, so I think that's like a C plus, and then the rest of it is like kind of nice, I suppose. Being blocked is nice. You have to deal with it. If it's a hero, if I didn't say. All right, next we have Team Tactics. 1 in a red. Oh, it's a cool moment. It's Ant-Man on the air. Instant teamwork 1. So that's cheap. But anyway, target creature gains double strike till end of turn. If the spell was cast using teamwork, it also gains trample. I mean, double strike and trample can be a nasty combination. I mean, looking at like Red Hulk, for example, like oh my god, like forget about it. That's so much damage. So I think this is okay. I think we'll give this like a. I can't imagine you'd want like it's just like maybe you want the first copy. I just can't imagine you'd want like more than one. So I think I'm gonna give it a C. Maybe if it's really good, but you still want one copy, it could go up to a C. But for now, I think C minus. And next we have Truck Toss. 2 red red for an instant. It costs 2 less to cast if you control a vehicle, which we haven't seen yet, but doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Truck Toss deals 4 damage to any target. No, I love tacos to the Hulk. Sorry, the flavor text of some of these is great, but I've been skipping those. Okay, so if it's a 4 mana deal 4 to any target, that's okay. If it's that can go face. 2 mana, even if it's red red, is pretty good. Point. I guess I'll go C plus. I'm just like it's an uncommon. They wouldn't make it uncommon, I think, unless it's pretty good. So I'm gonna go C plus. But 4 usually want better than 4 damage for 4 mana, but maybe going face is enough. Final red uncommon is Wonder Man, Hollywood hero. 3 red red for a 4/4 hero with flying. Each power up ability of permanents you control can be activated an additional time. It does have power up for 5 red red. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Wonder Man. And my favorite is the flavor text, or not the flavor text, the reminder text of activate each power up ability only once? Question mark. Reduce the cost by his mana cost if he entered this turn. So the idea is that normally power up can only be used once, but this card specifically says you can use it twice. Um, anyway, so this for this card specifically, ignoring other stuff, this is a if on the turn you want to play it, it's a 5 mana 4/4 flyer, or a 7 mana 6/6 flyer, or a 9 mana 8/8 flyer. In addition, also other power up abilities would activate. Um, what a combo, by the way, with Hulk. Um, I believe if you have Hulk, where is the Hulk? If you have Hulk and Gamma Goliath, he's just a 5 mana 9/9 because every power up ability, it would just be free because the power abilities are 2 mana. So yeah, we'll have to just adding to the list of adding to the list of combos. It's already a lot. Anyway, this seems pretty good. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. And then with like also bigger stuff if you need. Other power ups being good also seems nice. I think I'll give it a C plus. Yeah, we'll see. It could be better, but I think for now C plus. Ah, do I want to do one more color? Okay, I am interested in green, so we'll do green. Okay, so first we have Ant-Man's Army. 2 and a green for a 3/2 insect creature. When this creature enters, create a food token or a treasure token. Okay. Um. Hmm. So 3 mana, 3/2, create a treasure. Okay. So sorry, I'm just trying to remember. So there have been three mana 3/3s create. There's 3 mana 3/3 vigilance create a treasure in Streets of New Capenna, which was like the best common in the set. Um. There was 3 mana 3/3 create a lander token, which is like a way to get a land in Edge of Eternities, which was also, I think, like maybe the best common in the set. So I think 3 mana 3/3 create a token is like really, really good. 3 mana 3/2 is definitely worse, but treasure or food, and those were like Bs. So I think this has to be at least a C plus. And I am tempted to go B minus. I think I am gonna go B minus. I think it's just enough here. Like also like if you don't want the treasure, like food is great. Like then you can gain life. So yeah, I definitely think this is pretty good. All right, next we have call damage control. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Choose up to 2. Return those cards from your graveyard to your hand. Target artifact, creature, enchantment, or land. Huh. Okay. Okay, so there was a card, a 3 mana. So it was actually sorry. So I'm trying to think because like this is always difficult because there are like there are cards that get like multiple cards like this. Like 2 mana to get 2 cards is really really strong, especially when you get to choose. Um, Unfortunately, when they're separated, so when you have to like pick like one of this and one of that, it's like it loses a lot of value. So there was a card in the Alchemy Horizon set. It was like 3 mana, mill a couple cards, and then you could return a land and a creature from the graveyard. And it was bad. It was very bad. And then they altered it to make it to like power up green, and it basically just let you pick 2 of land and or creature. So it became like 3 mana, draw 2 cards you pick and stuff. And it was like the best green combo after that. It was so so good. Um, so and that was 3 mana. So this doesn't mill, but this could kind of become 2 mana, return 2 cards from their graveyard to your hand. Now, the problem is if you're returning a creature and a land, that's not good most of the time. Like it's good if you've like lands are only good if you've milled them and you need them back early. So if there's enough self mill, that can become good. Otherwise, if you don't want to land, you're gonna need to have artifacts or enchantments in the group. And so that means you'll want to be like blue green or red green, I guess, to get the artifacts in there. I think long story. I guess black. Yeah, I guess black green also has ways to mill. This kind of seems like a lot is having to come together here. So like you'll need mill or like ways to get stuff in the graveyard, and then even then it like you have to get the right things. So maybe a C. I kind of I'll go C. I'm a little nervous that this is even worse, but I just see enough upside here that I could sort of see like having a lot of these with a lot of mill, and then like, whoa, you're really excited. I know there is self mill. Giant growth. Those cards in the game. Green instant target creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. It's usually solid C minus. I mean, honestly, usually it's either a D plus or a C, but we'll just go C minus for now. All right, next is Go Nuts. Green for a sorcery with Teamwork 3. Choose one. If the spell was cast using Teamwork, choose both. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and the target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Okay, so it could be. So green target creature control fights is a bad card. Green to get +1/+1 counter is also a bad card. So if it's sorcery speed. Now, if you tap and got to fight, it's like that's. I mean, if you both have 3/3s and you play this and you've tapped your creature and it becomes a 4/4 and kills their 3/3, like yes, that's very good, especially for a 1 mana. Um, but a lot needs to happen for that. So I think I'm just gonna go C minus. Like, okay, like maybe it's still sorcery speed. I'll need to see it before I know it's good. All right. Next we have Gorilla. So like a gorilla fighter and a gorilla. One in a green for a 2/2 ape soldier hero with reach, and it sacrifices creature, destroy target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Activate only as a sorcery. Too bad. Because I was like, oh, you can kill artifact creatures. Nope. Oh, you could kill plans as soon as they're played before activate. Nope. It's only as a sorcery. So it's just everything. Everything I really wanted to do with this it has been canceled. Um, Having said that, it's still probably pretty good. I mean, you're just there's like a lot of artifacts and stuff, and I just can see things becoming very annoying. And so giving yourself a way to kill stuff, plus it blocks flyers, is probably like good enough to at least give it like a C. I mean, maybe it's a C plus, but I think you would. I think if it was just instant speed, I would give it a C plus. But as is, I C. All right, next we have Knight of Wundagore. One and a green for a 2/1 villain with trample. Always fun. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, so it gets bigger. That's what the trample matters for. I don't know how many different ways you have to put counters on creatures. It's kind of one of those things we aren't going to know yet, but you'll need to put at least. I mean, one counter on this is like okay. Two is like this doesn't seem very good. I think I'm gonna go D plus. Maybe there's like so many ways to add counters. You can do it like once a turn, in which case like this is really just because if you're at a counter, even the first turn, like this is a 3/2. Like, great, that's fine, I guess. But like it's a 2/1, it's gonna suck. And so, like, you really need to add two counters, which just takes two turns because it literally can only happen once. At that point, it's a good card. But I just like do that and get it done quickly just seems hard. Anyway, well, I guess powering up that is counters. It's not okay. Yeah, I don't. Even then, that only triggers one, and that's gonna be later. Anyway, sorry, keeping it at D plus. Pet Avengers, 3 and a green for a 4/4 dragon, cat, dog, bird, frog hero with reach. So it's a 4/4 with reach for 4 mana, and it has power up, 6 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and create a 3/2 white hero creature token with vigilance. So it's a 4 mana 4/4 with reach, or a 7 mana 5/5 with reach and a 3/2. Really good for 7 mana. Hmm. I like this card. I'm gonna give it a C plus. I don't. I'm surprised. Would not have expected Pet Avengers to be so good, but I think this looks great. Like, what is there to want? I guess maybe trample, but I think it looks very solid. All right, next we have Powerful Broker. Two and a green for a 3/3 villain. You can tap for each kind of counter on on target permanent or player. Give that permanent or player another counter of that kind. Activate only as a sorcery. Damn. Okay, so I was actually thinking that this would combo very well with Knight of Wundagore because what you really want to do with Knight of Wundagore is trigger it during your opponent's turn. Because then you can activate it like twice in a turn, essentially, because you do it once in your turn, once in your opponent's turn. And I was thinking, oh, maybe Powerful Broker can do that, but it only activates as a sorcery, which really makes this worse. So yeah, I don't really think this is going to be very good anymore. So I think I'm just gonna go C minus. I mean, 3 mana 3/3 is always like decent ish, but like, what are we comboing this now? I guess Ant Man, like it attacks and then, but it has to be done at sorcery speed. So I guess if you're getting a counter on this, then you could do, but then yeah, but then Powerful Broker only works once. I guess you could just then use it without having to attack with Ant Man. But I don't. I think C minus is just don't see good ways to combo. Anyway, the sorcery thing really makes it worse. Anyway, sorry, we got Rapid Rescue. Green, mill instant, mill 2 cards. You may put a permanent from among the milled cards into your hand. You gain 2 life. Um, okay, so we've seen a decent amount of milled cards be good. Like we've seen that we need some cards in the graveyard. This gains 2 life and essentially draws you a card. So you need to make sure you don't have too many instants and sorceries because you need to make sure to put a permanent. So that could be a land. It's fine, but you can't have too many of them. But I think we've seen this be good now. Like they finally have started to price these at a point where it's good, and gaining 2 life helps a lot too. So I think we can give this a C. I think it just said like if you don't, I don't know, like if it was just some, the problem is like if you miss it still sucks, and like the more of these you put in the more you are likely to miss. So like you need to be careful because if you have like 8 instants of sorceries, like this card isn't good anymore. But if you have like 3, then this card is like a C plus, maybe even better. um so I'll give it a C just because you have to be like careful, like diminishing returns a little bit. Okay, next we have Restorative Technique. 2 and a green, sorcery. Target player gains 2 life, then searches their library for a basic land, puts it onto the battlefield tap, then shuffles. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Finally. Finally. Okay, so there's like this sort of hidden thing. Not like hidden, but I a while ago did a like trying to find trends between win rates on 17 lands and certain kinds of cards between each set. And one thing is that the so it's funny, the card that searches for lands and puts it into your hand was often a pretty good card, but a card that searches for lands and puts them on the battlefield, especially tapped, was terrible. Like every single set, it was terrible. I think the idea is just like the extra mana you had to pay to get it onto the battlefield just like clearly wasn't worth it. The mana accelerant wasn't necessary. It was just getting the lands that was useful. And so finally they just like I guess realized that and have now made this card like way better. Like it's 3 mana. Like oftentimes it would be 3 mana just get search for a land and put it on the battlefield. So now they've also had it so you gain 2 life and put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. And considering just how critical putting a +1/+1 counter has become, like when you look at cards like uh what's it called? From this last set, Secret Strixhaven, the black card, that like draws 2, lose 2 life, put a counter. And in Final Fantasy, there was a blue divination that put a counter on a creature. That's a huge difference. Takes the card from being like below average to being well above average. This also gains 2 life. So I think between all of that, I quite like this card. I'm gonna go C plus, and I'm confident that this will be pretty good. But And also good for splashing. Very good splash card. I'd be excited to see. There's a lot of secret splashing here, which I'm not really accounting for in these grades, but there are a lot, so I would be on the lookout for that. Anyway, next we have Savage Land Dinosaur, which is 4 green for a 7/6 trample with basic land cycling. Wow, we've really come a long way from Colossal Dreadmaw. 6 mana, 6/6 trample. This 7/6 trample with also basic land cycling. Seems fine. I think C minus seems fair. I guess if I'm giving Red Hulk a C plus, maybe I should give this a higher grade. But no. Fine, I'll give this a C. Um, Next we have Serpent Specialist. Green for a 1/1 villain with Death Touch and has power up for 3 and a green. Put 2+1/+1 counters on this creature. So green for a 1/1 Death Touch, 4 mana for a 3/3 Death Touch. Sure. Good defensive card. I guess puts counters, but I think it's still just a C minus. Maybe if the set's like super, super fast and you just need this is a good way to defend, but I think for now C minus seems fair. Super Strength. 4 and a green for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +4/+4 and has trample ward 1. Okay. So good old auras. Where it's like I'm so used to equipment here and stuff that this can be blown out and is terrible if it gets blown out. It does give trample, so that is worth noting. Hmm, it gives ward 1, but if you in response to this being played use it, they won't have the ward 1. The creature won't have ward 1, and this will fizzle. I am thinking like a C minus. So powerful if it sticks, and you just have to you need to be really aggressive to make this work. Like you need to make sure they don't or like have some kind of counter or something. But you need to make it so they don't have mana when you can just play super strength and then kill them. And like you really can't get blown. That's important. But this is very, very cool. +4/+4 and trample is really um hmm. I mean maybe it's a little worse. No, I'll keep it C minus. I think there's enough there. Right. Next, we have Undercover Scroll. 1 and a green for a 1/1 villain. And as long as there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +2/+2 and is all creature types. Cool. Which I guess also makes it a hero. So that's important. The most important thing is you can tap to add 1 mana of any color. So good for splashing. We really a lot of splashing. This is a lot of splashing here. I mean, I don't know if there's are there these yeah, there there are even the gain lands here. There's a lot of splashing. Um but anyway, um like we've been having these like 1/1 death touch creatures that tap to add mana of any color or 1/1 reach with death touch added and stuff. So I think those are better than this, but this is still quite good. So, I mean, becoming a 3/3 is definitely. So I think I'm going to move this up to a B minus. Just like when these 2/2s that when these 2 mana creatures like elves that add mana of any color too, and then can have some kind of value like by being a real creature. As soon as one's not good, I'll rank them lower. But until then, like these are just always good. So we'll stick with B minus. Anyway, last green common is Wakandan Royal Guard. 4 and a green for a 4/4 hero with vigilance. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If that creature is another hero, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it instead. So this can be a 5 mana 5/5 vigilance. Just +1/+1 counter on itself. And also you put a +1/+1 counter on it, which matters. If you pick another hero, it puts 2. That seems good. I think I'm going to give this a C plus. You've seen another hero, and all of a sudden it's out of control. Vigilance is great. Like Spreads the love. I'm into it. Okay, let's do the uncommons. All right. First, we have Claim the Kingdom. One and a green for enchantment plan. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and a plan counter on this enchantment. When the fourth plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it. When you do, put an indestructible counter on target creature you control. Okay, so I guess first thing I'd want to know is just Powerful Broker. You're just going to counter target permanent, give that opponent. Yeah, so this doesn't even work with this. I mean, it does work with plan counters, but um, but I was hoping maybe you could like move, like copy the indestructible counter, put a bunch of different creatures. So you know, indestructible is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's like the be all end all. Like we've seen, like Frozen and Ice will still work, Exile will still work. And so if you play this turn two and you have creatures out, like, yeah, I guess it's adding counters, but if there's no creatures, then this is doing nothing. And by the way, like if you don't have a creature when the enchantment land, when the plan is sacrificed, like then that's wasted too. This seems like a lot here. So I think I'm gonna go D plus here. I just don't. Maybe even D. I think this is pretty bad. Okay, next we have Doc Samson, Super Psychiatrist. 4 and a green for a 3/6 Gamma Doctor Hero. If you put one or more counters on a permanent you control, put that many plus one of each kind of those counters on that permanent instead. And then you can tap to add X mana of any color, where X is Doc Samson's power. So 5 mana 3/6 taps for 3 mana of any color. I mean, seems useful with all this power up getting around. And you can also start putting counters, like, oh my god, does this work well with the Wakandan Royal Guard? Because this becomes a 6/9. Um yeah. That seems good. We'll go C plus. There's enough here that like there seems like it does have mana. I mean, it's up at 5 mana. How much do you need more? I guess you can just start doing actual power ups now, even outside the turns you play them. But and then also you're just getting more +1/+1 counters, which seems nice. And a 5 mana 3/6 is like already like pretty close to good enough in terms of like holding the line. So okay, we'll go C plus. I think it's pretty good. Okay, next we have Hellcat, Undying Vigilante. Green, green for a 2/2 hero with haste. When Hellcat dies, return her to the battlefield under her owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on her. She loses all abilities and gains haste. So I think the idea being that like when it dies, it comes back and like it will not be coming back again because it loses all its abilities. I guess unless you blink it. Green's always difficult because if you're like really mono green, then fantastic. But if you're not, this can come down turn three, turn four, in which case you're not loving it. Like even if it dies, like cool, it comes back as a 3/3. But I think I'm gonna give it a C minus. If you're mono green, it's a C plus, but I just not a fan. All right, next we have Hercules, Prince of Power. First Hercules would be in a Marvel set, not in some kind of Greek set. 3 mana 3/3 or 2 and a green for a 3/3 demigod warrior hero. And it has power up for 4 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on Hercules. He gains vigilance, indestructible, and haste until end of turn. Okay, so it's a 3/3 or a 5 mana 4/4 vigilance, indestructible, haste. Um, Although the vigilance and indestructible, I guess, and haste two are only till end of turn. It's like okay. right? I'm not. I guess what you could say is you can activate the 5 mana as an instant speed response. So you like attack, and then if they try and kill it, you can just give it indestructible. Although you could get blown out. It just seems okay. I think I'm just gonna give it a C. Hulkling. Burgeoning Bruiser. 2 and a green for a 2/3 hero with vigilance. Whenever another creature you control enters, if it has power, greater power, or toughness than Hulkling, put a +1/+1 counter on Hulkling. Um hmm. Uh vigilance is nice. I guess as soon as you play something, it's getting bigger. I mean, cheap things with evolve, and this is like basically evolve or increment. I guess it's not increment. It's like evolve. I think that's literally what evolve says. I'll go C. I kind of wanted to go lower, but I think it's uncommon for a good reason. I think this just needs one counter to become like good, pretty good. I guess even if you play like a 2 mana 3/1, okay, fine. We'll go C plus. Okay, next we have because actually, never mind. We're gonna go down to. Sorry, that's Hercules. We're gonna go back down to C. I just think like stuff. I guess there's +1/+1 counter synergies, but also there's like cheaper. There's stuff that doesn't start out with more power and adds it with counters, which doesn't count. I'll go C. Kazar of the Savage Land. 4 and a green for a 3/2 barbarian hero. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands from the top of your library, and then when Kazar enters, create Zabu, a legendary 2/2 green cat creature token with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Zabu. Okay, so it's a 5 mana 3/2 with a 2/2. And then the 2/2 will gain bigger every time you play a land. And also, you can play lands from top of your library, so you won't draw lands. This seems very, very good. I'm not like you just if you play it, if you play it the same turn you can play a land, you can play it from top of your library. You're like playing lands top of your library is great because you're not gonna draw those lands anymore. So it's like really, really powerful. And this gets out of hand really fast. This looks like a B to me. It seems like a great way to. It's just like lots of value and also lots of parts. Like they have to kill. I think you notice when you kill, I'd probably kill Kazar, leave Zabu around, which then still is getting bigger. Um, I guess the only thing I would say is like they can respond to this right away. So if you're playing against this card and they play it and you have like, you know, quickly becoming format all-star Widow's Bite. Widow's Bite this before Zabu is created because then they'll play a land from the top of it. But if you do it before as Zabu is being created, they won't be able to play a land before. Normally they would just be able to play a land right away, but because Zabu creates a trigger, um, you will not. You could kill Zabu in response to them playing the land with Widow's Bite. I would usually recommend killing Kazar because playing lands top of the library is strong. Especially you will not draw spells or you will not draw lands. Like it can give it's the equivalent of like 4 or 5 draw steps over enough period of time. I guess ultimately Zabu could get out of hand, but also I mean if they're drawing lands and having to play them. Anyway, I'd kill Kazar most of the time. Okay, moving on. Mr. Hyde, Monster Within. 2 and a green for a 2/2 villain. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on Mr. Hyde, or remove a counter from a creature you control. If you do, draw a card. Well, that seems good. Getting to draw cards is nice, or getting bigger is nice, and it doesn't require some kind of landfall or anything. Just kind of happens. Only bad if they can't block. If you need to block the first turn, otherwise it's already a 3 mana 3/3, which is totally fine. Plus it has counter synergies. Plus it also creates counter synergies. So love that. I think this is a B minus. Seems very very solid. Nothing more to say. Next we have Punishing Punch. 2 and a green. Wow, She-Hulk really gets beaten up by Titania. Uh, Green instant. The spell costs 2 less to cast if there are 2 or more creatures in your graveyard. Love that. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature an opponent controls. So it's like a 1 mana, not like double bite because it's still one creature and it doesn't buff your power, but it kind of becomes like 1 mana if this creature survives, kill another creature, which seems really powerful. Um, Yeah, and I mean, even for 3 mana, it's not the end of the world. So I'm thinking just 1 mana killing stuff is really, really powerful. So I think we have to go B. All right. Anyway, next we have Reptile Dinomorpher. Sorry, I got second. Green for a 1/2 hero with the ability Brontosaurus for 3. Until end of turn, Reptile becomes a dinosaur hero with base power and toughness 3/5 and gains vigilance and reach. Or Tyrannosaurus Rex, 6 mana. Until end of turn, Reptile becomes a dinosaur hero with base power and toughness 6/6 and gains trample. So those are the common stats for what's it called? Charging Brontosaur, I think is what it is. And then the other one is we talked about it earlier, the 6 mana 6/6. This kind of seems not very good though. It's only till end of turn. It's not permanent, and it's a 1 mana 1/2 on its own. Which, like, what are you doing with that? Um, I mean, sure, like getting the abilities to change it and stuff, but like it's a lot of mana. So I guess I'll give it a C minus for flexibility, but I don't think you. I don't give it a D plus. I don't. I just don't see why you'd be wanting to play this. All right, next we have Rick Jones, Destined Sidekick. It's kind of sad. Green for an 0/3 human advisor. 3 tap, mill 4 cards. You may put a hero or enchantment card from among those cards in your hand. Um, hmm. So this is quickly going to gain you cards. It is also kind of, I mean, it's a good blocker early, and it mills, and so it lets you get heroes and plans and stuff. So you hopefully are. I mean, if you have enough heroes, you're hopefully getting stuff. At the very least, you've started to mill, which is nice. I think there's enough synergies here that I kind of like this card. I think I'm going to go up. I go all the way up to a B. I just see enough synergies and not good ways to fill the graveyard. I know when this kind of card is going to be good, so it does seem like it would be, at least in some. All right, next we have She-Hulk, Jade Defender. 3 and a green for a 4/4 Gamma hero with reach and trample. And it has power up for 4 green, so it would be 1 and a green the turn you play it. Strap to 1 target artifact or enchantment, put a +1/+1 counter on She-Hulk. So it would become a 6 mana 5/5 destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Which would be really, really good because um, there's a lot of artifacts. Also, reach. This is good. This is a good card. I think this is a B minus. In some matchups, this is like a B or B plus. But I think for now we'll go B minus. Okay, the Thing, Ben Grimm, 6 and a green for a 7/7 human hero with trample. Whenever 1 or more heroes you control deal damage to a player, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the Thing. Um, Okay, so 6 mana, 7/7 trample, and as soon as it starts dealing damage, not just, I mean, other ways you can do it, but also this is a 7/7 trample. Gonna be pretty hard to not have it deal any damage to the opponent. Um, it'll start putting counters on. It does not need other heroes. It just says one or more heroes. Also, you can play it and then deal damage, which is great. It works well with Johnny Storm. Um, that's actually part of the combo. Johnny Storm deals when you draw, it deals damage, and you put counters on this, which then creates tokens, which then draws cards, which then yeah. That's the whole Fantastic Four. But this would actually combo pretty well just a Johnny Storm on its own. Having said that, I think this is a C plus, maybe. Yeah, I think C plus is fair. So I think the things holding it back are no reach, no life gain. So it's not gonna hold the ground. Like if you're trying to defend, like it's a little tough. No hexproof or anything that it just gets removed. So and it doesn't get big right away often. So it's just kind of a big creature. Having trample is nice though. A lot of big creatures don't have trample. Tigra, Feline Fury. 1 and a green for a 2/1 hero with flash and trample. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Tigra. Hmm. Okay. So 1 and a green for a 2/1 flash, I think is solid. I'm not seeing, I mean, there's definitely ways to gain life. I'm not going to pretend there's not, but I'm not seeing like a ton of ways. You would really want to put like more than like two +1/+1 counters, like I said before. This became like, or at least before you're like, oh my god, what value? Having said that, like a 2 mana 2/1 flash, like you can block two toughness things attacking you. There seems to be a lot of that. You can surprise them. You can play at instant speed. I'm gonna give this a C. I just think that there's enough here with the flash. And then, I mean, there's like some life gain, right? Am I not? I just got, yeah, there's that. And then there's like a little bit here and there. Maybe I, maybe I really need to see. Leave it at a C. All right, next we have training regiment, training regiment. I think it's training regiment. 3 and a green for an enchantment. Creatures you control +1/+1 counters on them have trample. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Oh boy, these are always hard to grade. Um, uh, Giving trample's nice. I guess. I guess it's probably pretty good. I'm gonna give it a C for now. I guess there are synergies and stuff. Okay, we'll give it a C plus. It's just this is just counters every turn. It's also giving trample. I think there's enough with the synergies like Doc Samson that it'll be pretty good. And last green uncommon, and then we'll record the rest later. It's White Tiger Ava Ayala. 1 and a green for a 2/2 hero. Power up for 5 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on White Tiger. And create the Tiger God. A legendary 4/4 cat god creature token with the Tiger God can't be blocked by more than one creature. Hmm. Okay, so it would be a 6 mana 3/3 with a 4/4 that can't be blocked by more than one creature. I mean, that's really good. And then it's also a 2 mana 2/2. I mean, you really probably want to treat this as a 6 mana card, I think, most of the time. I guess you play it on two, and as long as it doesn't die, you can activate. I mean, 6 mana later to create a 4/4 and put a 1/1 counter on this isn't so bad either. But I don't know. I guess this just is a good card because 6 mana to do all that is great, and a 2 mana 2/2 is definitely useful at times as well. So I think all that considered, I think we're probably going B minus here. Um. Okay. So I think yeah, we'll come right back and get on with the like. All right. Well, probably a little cut in the action, but Let's finish the common and uncommon set review, and we'll can finish up with white. So first white common is Crowd of True Believers. Single white mana for a 1/2 citizen, and it's target creature you control that's attacking alone gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. So this, I believe, you can't like tap this to gain a life. You have to have without an attacking a creature alone. Like there's a target, and then when you are able to target it, then you can gain the life. I mean, it's okay. Like, yes, we've seen a lot of like equipped creatures and equipment. Sorry, not equipped creatures. Equipment and certain benefits. But this is just like really small ball. 1 life's not very much. I'm sort of leaning like D plus. Like even if you get a bunch of these, I guess if you had like 3 or 4 of these. Okay, so I guess the like argument for this card is Traveling Minister, which I think I will actually just pull up right here. So this was target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. Activate only as a sorcery. And this card, I think, was the best white common, if not the best, very close. In this set. Now this set was a little. I mean, like there were certain benefits. Like this set was really set up for a card like Traveling Minister to be good. Um, and this is definitely worse. You need to be attacking, and it need to be attacking alone of all things. Like Traveling Minister, you could just use just every. I mean, it had to be a sorcery, but you could use it every turn. So you could just use it to gain a life, and then also like you could attack with multiple creatures. Although you're tapping a Traveling Minister, so you're not attacking with that. I guess just Traveling Minister was only a 1/1. I remember Traveling Minister, and it was a great card. So I'm just gonna move it up like almost because of that. Um, but I don't. I'm still gonna leave it at C minus. I think there's enough downsides with this combined with that. I think this set is a stronger power level than Crimson Valley. We've had power creep since then, so I don't know, but I could see it as better. Traveling Minister was surprisingly very very good common. All right, next we have Helicarrier Strike. White mana for an instant with Teamwork 2. Deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If the spell was cast using Teamwork, it deals 4 damage instead. Okay, so 1 mana, very good defensive spell. Um, I mean, it's like 1 mana. Like like on defense, this card's unbelievable because they attack, you can block, and then this is a good response. It can deal 4 damage for 1 mana. It's just really not good if you're not defending. Like attacking, it's really hard to get it through. I guess if you're attacking alone and maybe you can give it trample or something, you could like still get the 4 damage and it would still be useful. Is there any combo? Like white blue doesn't really seem like it would be defending. White red, definitely not. Green white is going wide. Black white's attacking alone. So I sort of feel like this would need to be in like a really controlling color. And if it was a really controlling color, like this would be like a B minus even. As it is, I'm sort of a little skeptical. I'll go C just based on like 1 mana removal is usually pretty good, but it is a little limiting. All right, next we have Hero in Training. 2 and a white for a 2/2 hero. When this creature enters, draw a card. If you control another hero, you gain 2 life. Well, that seems very good. 3 mana 2/2 draw card is like totally fine. Like perfectly satisfactory card. I'm probably even maybe give that like a C plus. I think 2 mana 1/1 draw card is really good, and if it's also going to gain you 2 life, like sign me up. So I mean, it's hard to imagine this being a B. I could see a B minus. So the difference between C plus and B minus for me, C plus is like I will take every copy and happily play them, and B minus is I'm excited for this card, I want it. Usually this kind of card it's hard to be a B minus because like what is this doing that's so amazing? Like the life game would have to really matter. It'd have to like totally save you. Which it could, but I think I'm gonna start at C plus and if it ends up being like the best white common, then we'll move it up. Okay, next we have Kree Commandos. 2 and a white for a 2/1 villain with flying, vigilance, and prowess. Okay, so 3 mana 2/1 flying vigilance. Like, we'll just ignore the prowess for a second. It's not bad. Um, Being able to attack and block, I think, is pretty solid. Like they need I guess they could have like a 1/1 flying blocker for this, but if they don't, then this is just dealing unblocked damage. It can still block on the crackback. The prowess is like pretty decent in that like it can get bigger and you can like easily use combat tricks with it. I'm It's good for attacking alone. I kind of think also C plus. This just seems pretty good. Maybe C. I mean, you have like probably one of these is going to be the better card. Although I guess probably this is better in the hero deck, and maybe this is better in different. Yeah, I'm going to move this down to C. I just can't see like 2/3 drop creatures being like you probably want one over there, and I think hero and training is going to do a little bit. All right, next we have Murdoch's Crusade. 1 and a white for a sorcery with teamwork 4. Choose one. If the spell was cast using teamwork, you can choose both. Street Justice. Exile target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Or Legal Justice. Exile target enchantment with mana value 4 or greater. Okay. So these cards have been getting, these like exile big creatures have been getting better and better. But they've also been getting more and more flexible. Like Repel Calamity, which is a very good card, is 2 mana instant. I believe it's power or toughness 4 or greater. Um, how many enchantments are there even with mana value 4 or greater? I mean, there's obviously the plans. There's like super strength, but I'm just not like, what are you like? Look, if you're teamworking this and I'm missing some enchantments, I definitely could have forgotten some, but if this is just being played as the 2 mana sorcery toughness 4 or greater, I think this isn't good. So I think I'll go C minus. Like you might play one, especially if like you're really low on removal, but I'm not seeing it. All right, next we have Panther's Pounce. White mana instant. Target player investigates. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Untap it. Sorry, last thing. So that creates a clue. So target creature gets +1/+0 against flying until end of turn. Untap it. It's kind of like like a green trick. There's like the untap reach stuff. I guess you can also just attack with this. And this also has the benefit of creating a clue. So it won't draw a card, but it lets you draw a card for 2 mana later. I think pumps this card up significantly. Also, very notably, you investigate even if the spell is fizzled on the creature. Like so, if they hit this if they kill the creature in response, the creature obviously won't gain flying and untap, but you still will investigate, I believe. So I think that makes this pretty good. Like it's hard to have a low floor when drawing a card is basically on the table no matter what. Um, so yeah, I think C seems fair. I mean, ultimately, it's still only +1/+0. I think this is probably going to be used for offense. I would say a little bit more, but it's not a terrible defensive card either. Um, All right, next we have Agent of Atlas. One and a white for a 2/2 hero with just prowess. Hmm. Okay. So we are seeing like a decent amount of prowess cards. I guess is red white like a prowess theme? I guess Thor does have prowess prowess like double prowess on it. I just kind of thought that it was gonna be like he was gonna be like red white, but let me see. Red white non creature spells. Okay. So I didn't did we like notice a lot of red? I don't think I like had anything in red that was prowess. Oh, there's Crimson Operative was prowess. Um this was I guess this was a non creature spell. Uh okay. I don't think this would change too many of my grades, so I'm not gonna like go back and do it. Is copying this good with prowess? I think prowess only works on yeah, whenever you cast. Um well, one and a white for a 2/2 prowess. I mean, this is pretty solid. Like we just had this in Secrets of Strixhaven with one in a red, and it was instant and sorcery, but it also had like a magnum version where if you cast a big spell, it would gain double strike. So that was like a C minus, although part of that was just because it like didn't really get enough support. So I think I'm gonna go C for now, just based on the equipment and all these other things. And it's a 2 drop, but we'll see. It could be a C minus. I would be surprised if it's a C plus, but okay, next we have Raft Security Officer, one and a white for a 1/3 soldier, and it has an ability to tap target creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate if it targets a creature with power 3 or less. Okay, so one and a white, and it's like a tapper for 1 mana. Sorry, it's 2 mana tapper, but it's a 1 mana tapper if it's targeting a small-ish creature. Seems okay. In general, 2 mana 1/3s are pretty bad because they don't provide much pressure and they often just die pretty quickly. Like they won't trade up very well at all. So I'm just gonna go C minus for now. I mean, not like a disaster of a card by any stretch, and maybe in the right controlling deck, it just like really works. Um, but I imagine you'd usually prefer Agent of Atlas, although I don't know for sure. All right, next, Shield Spy Kit. White for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, untap it and scry one, and it equips for 1. Okay, so short sword kind of card that also allows you to untap and scry when attacking alone. I kind of like this card. I mean, it stacks extremely well. Like the +1/+1 and the scry all totally stack well together. Um, it's very cheap. I mean, short sword was like a card, and that was just like that was this card, but without the untap. Scrying one is just really good. I mean, like there's an Avatar Last Airbender card, it's exactly what you want. I mean, look, if this set is I think having to attack alone would have to be really not supported for this card to not be good. Like I think if this is like a typical like play booster style, like super aggressive, assertive style, not like aggressive, assertive, where you can play controlling but you need to be assertive, this card's gonna be great because it this effect usually is great. It lets you draw what you need and put pressure on them. And if it's like an aggro or controlling set, I think it's still great because it helps you be aggro. I guess if it's like a really value oriented set that's really slow, it might just you might just be able to go over the top of it. So long story short, I like this card. I'm tempted to go C plus, but I'm gonna go C plus. I think this is pretty good. Um I guess I probably do want quite a few of them. So anyway, next we have take up the shield. One and a white for an instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Um. Okay, so usually this kind of effect is very good. Um, like the can counter a removal spell and then leaves a counter and also gains you life. Like it's just enough. It's like current value, 1-for-1 trade, and future value plus like life gain. Like usually is good. If there's enough like exile or stuff that will this won't work on, then this will become worse. Like if people are bouncing stuff or exiling or tapping and you're like not really able to use this as a kind of like protection spell, then again this card will become like just a normal combat trick, like a C minus. There's another version of this called Feat of Resistance. Does not give lifelink, but instead of giving indestructible, it gives you protection from a color of your choice. I think there's even one that gives protection from colorless too, if you want. That card I think is almost always better, because that will like really be a protection spell basically every time. So this not as much, but lifelink's nice. I'm gonna start at a C plus and assume that there's not gonna be too much crazy removal that like exiles and stuff. Like there will be some, but not like a crazy amount, and I'm gonna assume that it's just good. But just keep that in mind. Um, okay, next we have Wakandan Drone Flock. 3 and a white for a 3/3 artifact creature with flying. When this creature enters Scry 2. Okay. Um. hmm. So 4 mana 3/3. It's an artifact. I don't know how much artifacts matter for white. Um. But scrying's always nice. I mean, this seems like a solid C. You'd probably be like cool with attacking with this as your one alone attacker. Um. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what else uh for the white themes. This is probably a C. It could be a C minus, but I think Scrying 2 is pretty good, and it is definitely a threat. So alright, next is Web Up. 2 and a white enchantment. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Banishing Light, but Spider-Man. Okay, I think this is just like a B. I mean, this is like basically the same as Frozen and Ice. I think it's usually slightly better. Might be slightly worse. It would be probably worse in its color than Frozen and Ice is in its color because white is usually more aggressive. But again, these are like pretty semantical. I think B is totally fair. Um, Agents of Shield. 2 and a white for a 2/4 hero. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. I kind of like this card actually. So 3 mana 2/4 is pretty good. Like you're really holding the line. And so you play this, and then when your creature attacks alone, it's going to buff it. It works on itself. Really good as a way to play both offense and defense. I guess am I going to go C or C plus? So in a purely aggressive deck, it's a little it's a little much. Massive spider, so I killed that. But anyway, so if you're just attacking and you play this, like so assuming you have a 2-drop, you play this, attack with a 2-drop, then you're getting +1/+1. That's still pretty good. And then later you can attack with more things, and just have this be a 3 mana 2/4, which is still like okay for dealing damage. Um, and if you're playing defensively, this is just a 3 mana 2/4, which you like. This is good enough all around. I'm gonna move it up to C plus. Also, they stack very well together. Okay, next we have Burrow Backup. 4 and a white for a sorcery. Create 2/3/2 white hero creature tokens with vigilance. And it has basic land cycling for 2. Um, huh. Interesting card. So 4 mana create 2/2/2s has been like a normal-ish card, which is usually a good card, I'd say. Um, or sometimes it's a 4 mana 3/3 creates a 1/1. 5 mana is a lot more than 4. Should definitely keep that in mind. But you get 2/3/2s with vigilance, and you have basic land cycling. Okay, I'm gonna move this up to a C plus. Just the token maker like this is usually good. The extra mana is a bummer, but you get +1/+0 in vigilance that you normally don't get on the token, and land cycling. I think it's enough. All right, and final white common is Brave Brawler. 1 and a white for a 2/1 hero with lifelink, and it has power up. For 4 and a white, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. Um, hmm. So I think this is pretty good. Um, I think with all these attacking alone synergies, you're gonna like this card. That's just like what I can, and it has a power up too, so you can play 5 mana and make it a 4/3 lifelink, which isn't ideal, but I have a feeling this is gonna be a really good white common. Just there's so many just casual attacking alone benefits, so many just like equipment and stuff. And usually like the 2 mana 2/2 lifelink, which isn't that, but it is still it's pretty close. I think this is gonna be pretty good. All right, let's do the white uncommons. All right, so first we have Agent 13, Sharon Carter. Spoiler alert. 2 and a white for a 3/2 hero. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, investigate. Which, by the way, creates a clue token, which is an artifact with 2 sacrifices token, draw a card. I don't know if I said that earlier. It's like a semi-evergreen mechanic. Um, hmm. Okay, so you could just play this and then attack alone, and you kind of already like did the thing with this card. By the way, oh my god, how good is Widow's Bite? Should I move it up to a B? So many 2 toughness creatures. I think this is pretty good. I think C plus seems fair. I mean, just as a way to draw cards, it'll trade pretty well most of the time. Um, unless they have something like Widow's Bite. And then you're gaining. I mean, if you let it just stay alive, it can give you lots of investigating tokens every turn. And by the way, the clue tokens, like they are artifacts. So for something like Iron Man or just artifact sacrifice, like these are artifacts you could just sacrifice, which is totally fine too. Okay, next we have Captain Marvel. So is this Captain Marvel? I think probably not, right? Captain Marvel Spaceborne. 4 and a white for a 4/4 flying vigilance with cosmic awareness. As long as an opponent has cast a spell this turn, you may cast spells as though they had flash. Huh. I'll have to look into that. Gonna set another reminder to look at Captain Marvel. For potential combos there. Okay, so let's just start with the 5 mana 4/4 flying vigilance. That's a Sarah Angel, right? Which is like an okay card. I'd probably give that like a. I mean, now it's okay. It used to be great. I think that's probably like a C or C plus, somewhere in that range. And Cosmic Awareness makes it so as long as an opponent has cast a spell this turn, you may cast spells as though they have flash. I think that's like seems decent. I'd have to look. I'm gonna have to look and see if there's like sorceries or creatures and stuff that matter, but it does seem like one of those things where like you could definitely do a lot of really interesting stuff. Like so you can hold up instants, and then if they play a spell, you can play a creature or sorcery in response. Um and like you can I don't think there's like a white sorcery protection spell, but if there was, like what a combo this would be with this, because you could then use that protection spell as a like true protection spell with this card. Um I'm gonna give this a C plus based on like thinking the cosmic awareness is a slight upside. But I think there's like a chance, and I just can't picture all the different ways yet. There's a chance that the cosmic awareness is like an unbelievable buff, and this is like a B. But I can't figure that out just offhand. All right, next we have Colleen Wing, Street Samurai. One and a white for a 2/2 hero. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Colleen Wing, Scry 1. Okay, so that's like instants and sorceries, like combat tricks. We kind of went over some of those. Seems fine. Good 2 mana 2/2. Probably not. I think I'm just gonna go C. Like maybe I'm missing some like additional tricks or sorceries and stuff, but I didn't see like a ton of them. All right, next we have Invisible Woman Sue Storm. 4 and a white for a 2/5 with lifelink. And whenever you put one or more +1/+1 counters on one or more other heroes you control, you may create an 0/4 colorless wall creature token with Defender. So 5 mana, 2/5 lifelink, and then it's you have to put +1/+1 counters on other heroes, and then you create more walls. Am I missing something? Like what is this like to be splashed in blue green or something? I'm very confused. I don't think any of the white color pairs really care about this, right? Teamwork, heroes. I mean, I guess green white heroes matter. It's not non-creature. I don't really see it. I'm gonna go like I'm gonna go C minus. Like it's just like how many walls? If this was a 5 mana 2/5 in next every turn, create like every 2 turns, let's say, create a wall. Like this wouldn't be very good. Is it gonna be more than that? Like sometimes you'll never create a wall. White's not really supporting this. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna go C minus for now. Maybe I'm missing something. All right, Agent Maria Hill, white for a 2/1 hero. Whenever Maria Hill becomes tapped to pay a teamwork cost, put a +1/+1 counter on her and draw a card. Okay, I like this card. This seems good. Real benefit to teamwork there. 1 mana 2/1's always nice. I mean, you pay for one teamwork thing, and this card looks great. We haven't seen like a million teamwork cards, but I think as long as they're decent, you're going to be very happy just using this as teamwork. So I think B minus. I mean, it could be a C plus. Like that wouldn't go any lower than C plus. But I think I'm going to go B minus for now. I think it's definitely very solid. But you have to make sure you have some teamwork cards before you're doing that, obviously, or at least you're going to get some. All right, next we have Luke Cage, Power Man. 3 and a white for a 2/5 hero. Unbreakable Skin. Whenever Luke Cage attacks alone, he gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Um, so 4 mana 2/5 is like kind of fine, to be honest. Decent enough for blocking. Um, it attacks as a 4/5 indestructible, but only if you attack alone. And presumably you have other things that benefit from attacking alone. Um, yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty good. I think we'll go C plus. Like, there's definitely some decks that won't want this, but in the right decks where you're attacking alone, it might just be like really, really hard to deal with it because how are you gonna like you can't stop it and it's getting buffed from other things and yeah. Okay, next we have Mockingbird Ace Agent. 3 and a white for a 2/2 hero with double strike, and whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Mockingbird. Am I missing um I guess maybe like attacking alone is sort of part of this, or I guess and non-creature spells. Like there are just some non-creature spells that target creatures you control. Um, but like what? It has to be a spell, right? I mean, Panther's Pounce does it. Helicarrier does not. Take up the shield does, so it makes me think that taking up the shield is extra good. Um, Okay. Well, I think it's gonna go C. I mean, yes, like when you target it, it will become good and you get it bigger, but it's also a 2/2. It's 2 toughness for like removal sake, even if it's like kind of a 4/2 in terms of dealing damage. All right, next we have Night Nurse, Healer of Heroes. 1 on a white for a 2/1 Doctor Hero with Flash and Lifelink. And when Night Nurse enters, choose target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Return it to your hand. Oh. So that can include being milled or discarded. Seems very good. I think there was Samwise the Savior, Lord of the Rings, which did something pretty similar and was an excellent card. So I think B seems very fair here. Could be even better. I mean, it's also just a 2 mana flashlight flame, which is also just good. Yeah, this ends up being pretty good a lot of the time. So, all right, next we have Okoye, Dora Milage leader. I was so happy when I knew how to say Okoye, and then the rest really threw me off. 3 and a white for a 3/2. A hero. When Okoye enters, create 2/1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Attacking creature tokens you control have first strike. I mean, this seems great. We just talked about how token 4 mana 3/3 with 1/1 is great, and this is a 3/2, but with 2 tokens, so at least a B. It also gives attacking creature tokens first strike, which, if you're attacking alone, for example, or something like that, like that would be nice. I think I'm actually gonna go B plus, and then they're untapped too, so I don't like. It's just a free 1/1 compared to normal. So I think this looks very good. Next we have Patriot Shield Wielder. 1 on a white for a 2/2 hero, 2 tap. Another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Oh, oh, that hurts. Okay, so important to note, this doesn't have hex. This cannot give itself hexproof, and you can't play 2 of them, so there's no way to give this one hexproof. But I mean, 2 mana 2/2 gonna like drag away, like has to target all removals target it first. Plus, I mean, giving +2/+0 is like super relevant as well. I mean, I think it's like at least a C plus. I think I'll just go B minus. 2 mana is kind of a lot. You have to like leave it up and be ready. So I'll go C plus. I still think it's very good. All right, next we have Political Triumph. White for an enchantment plan. Whenever a creature you control enters, scry 1 and put a plan counter on its enchantment. Whenever the fourth plant counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it, draw a card, and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay, so I mean, if you can go wide, like a Koye would just put 3 plans on this, right? Because it just says enters, and then you would scry 3, or you would scry 1 3 times. Which is worse than scry 3, but whatever. And then as soon as you activated it, you would draw a card again, and then you put a +1/+1 count on everything. Pretty good. Like early, it would suck. Sorry, early game it would be great. Like if this is your turn 1 play, this is like a B, maybe B minus. Late, it's really tough. And so because of that, I think. Although I guess even late game, like you play it, and the turn you play it, you're a little sad. And as long as you draw a creature, then you can like start bottoming lands. As soon as you started bottoming like 1 or 2 lands, like you're back in business. So I'm gonna go B minus. I think it's probably good enough. I think it's good enough early that I actually like it. All right, next we have Quake, Agent of Shield. 2 and a white for a 3/3 Inhuman Spy Hero with Seismic Takedown. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, tap target creature or land. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good. So tapping lands seems pretty good. You can like do this during your opponent's like upkeep or something. Like if you had some kind of whatever removal, tapping their creatures also seems good. Yeah, I like this card. I think this is like a B minus. Um, just really annoying to deal with. You need to have non-creatures, and ideally you have instant speed ones. By the way, another reason why Captain Marvel might be good. But yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good. All right, next we have Red Guardian, Super Soldier, Captain Soviet. 2 and a white for a 2/2 flash villain. When Red Guardian enters, destroy target creature an opponent controls that dealt damage this turn. So, very important to note, this is not destroy a target creature that was dealt damage. That it's the ones that dealt damage. Um so So you can use this to kill an attacking creature, but it will still deal the damage first. So that's not. I mean, if this said 3 mana, 2/2 flash, destroy target creature, you lose 3 life or something, I think that would still be pretty good. I think I'm gonna go C plus. Maybe the damage being dealt is just too much. Hopefully, you have like tokens maybe that can just block, but something is going to deal damage. You can also use it on your turn to kill a something that they blocked one of your creatures with. Maybe they used a trick to keep it alive or something. So yeah, I think this is still pretty good. All right, next we have Supervillain Lockup. So 1 and a white for an enchantment with flash. When this enchantment enters, exile target tapped creature an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Yeah, I don't. So this is like, I think this is literally a carbon copy of the card Seal Away, which was a 2 mana. Seems nice, but it having to be tapped really kind of sucks. So I think I'm just gonna go C. Maybe it's even worse, but I think we'll go C for now. I think it really depends. You obviously need a defensive deck or at least like good ways to make stuff tap, like with Quake or whatever. But so yeah, we'll go C. In some decks, this might just be like terrible. All right, final white uncommon White Widow Free Agent. 3 and a white for a 2/3 hero villain. Always fun combination. When White Widow enters, choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. or return target artifact or enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. Seems very good. Basri's Acolyte, there's a lot of cards like this that put counters on stuff. A lot of times they have lifelink, which makes them even better, but then the alternative, getting to return an artifact or enchantment, seems nice as well. This can target itself. I think there's no reason not to give this like a B minus. Great. Let's do colorless and lands. So I guess why not just do it the same way we've been doing the other ones. Okay, so for colorless commons, we have Aim Synthoids. 2 mana for a 1/3 artifact villain. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Um, so decent enough way to put cards in your graveyard, like creatures. Decent enough as a way to create artifacts. I guess it's a villain too, but the 1/3 is really disappointing, obviously. So I think they print these kind of colorless cards a lot where it's like it's synergies in all the different ways, but it's like below value rate for sure. And my guess is that you never want this really in any deck, but you will play it if you're desperate. I guess the question is, are any of the artifact, surveil, or villain synergies like truly powerful enough to play like such a below rate card, or not such a below rate card, but a below rate card? I'll give it a C minus for now, and we'll see. But there's a chance, like, if 1/3s end up being really good, this could be a C, and there's a chance that it's just like totally, like, it just underperforms even this and is D plus. But I think C minus feels fair. Okay, next we have Dependable Quinjet. 3 mana for a 3/3 flying vehicle artifact, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color, and it crews for 4. Okay, so this is kind of like a manolith. Not going to be as good as Potioner's Trove, would be my guess. Um, crew 4 is a lot, but as a way to tap, I mean, I guess like there are tapping benefits. And also just like is in response to removal, you get a 3/3 flyer. This can kill them end of the day. Like it is a flyer, so like you could crew this and kill them. Decent enough defender. I Potioner's Trove was like a C plus. I think with this I'm willing to go C for now. Like you'll want certain decks will want it. You'll definitely want to be splashing, and I think there's a lot of splash support in this set, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I think this is good, and I think in sealed this is probably like a C plus. Okay, next we have Herbie Scout Unit for a 2/1 artifact creature with flying. When this creature enters, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So these are usually pretty good. So I think a lot of times there'll be like a 3 mana 1/1 draw card, like 1/1 flyer. So 1 extra mana to give 1 extra power, and also when you draw, you can put a land into the battlefield tapped. It's really not that good. Like, how often do you just have like so many lands hanging around? Um, but usually the draw card gives it like a C. I think it's a little worse, so I'm gonna give it a C minus. Maybe in an artifact deck, it's a little bit better, but I think C minus for now feels fair. All right, next we have Ultron Drone. 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact villain. Power up 6, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature, and create a 2/2 colorless robot villain artifact creature token. So 3 mana 2/3 is bad. It's also could be a 6 mana 4/5, create a 2/2, which is also probably a little understated at that point. Is an artifact, is a villain, sort of the same thing. I'm sort of going to go C minus in that. I think you like won't love it, but would play it if it comes to it. Um, all right, last colorless common, Vibranium Energy Daggers. 1 mana, indestructible. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. Equip for 3. Um, I don't know. Indestructible. Indestructible's fine. I don't know what. Like, who's destroying these? Equip 3 is kind of expensive. I suspect this isn't very good. Maybe like with the exact right combinations, it becomes better. But I think for now, I'm gonna give it a D plus. Okay, let's do the uncommons. Only 2. Okay, so first we have Shield Helicarrier. 4 mana for a 4/5 artifact vehicle flying. When this vehicle enters, create 2/1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Crew for 6. Okay, so 4 mana create 2/1/1s is pretty bad. I guess the 1/1s can help crew this, but like, oh my god, this is kind of a really over the top crew cost. Maybe in like the white, if you have like enough Captain Americas and everything's just gonna untap anyway, it's okay. But Crew 6 is really, really expensive. A lot of times it's just gonna hang around. So I think I'm gonna go D plus here as well. Prove me wrong. I mean, look, if you can crew it easily, it's a big flyer. I mean, 4 or 5 flying will kill people dead and will block things. And you'll be happy to block with this, and but you'll need a big board. I mean, I think if this set becomes a lot about flying and it's like board stalls, need a big flyer, then this card becomes pretty good. But most sets aren't like that. All right, final colorless card is Viv Vision Teen Synthezoid. 3 mana for a 2/2 flying. Wow, we just got colorless Windrakes now. And then it has Cybernetic Senses. Whenever Viv Vision attacks, draw a card if her power is 4 or greater. So, by the way, this is a legendary artifact hero. And it has power up for 7. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Viv Vision. So, just gonna keep in mind this combos very well with the white card that gives +2/+0. Sorry, I'm just writing that down. So 3 mana 2/2 flying, not underrated. But if 7 mana 4/4 flyer that when it attacks draws a card is still underrated. If there's other ways to buff it, like equipment and like the card we just went over, or Vibranium Energy Daggers, like this becomes a lot better. So I think I'm going to give this a C for now. I think there's enough here that I'd be into it. And we'll see. Okay, so first of all, for lands, which is the last bit. So we have, I believe it's just all these the gain lands. These are the tapped gain lands. So I mean, some of these are going to be better than others. In general, I give these about a C plus. Good for splashing. Good for, um, I mean, good to have. I would say I'd play up to 2 of them. Just if you're like like if you're blue white, I would play like the first 2 blue white ones, and the first one I would really treat like a C plus. Like I said, I think would be like the first one. Second one probably more like a C, and then after that, I would not really be looking to play um more of these in a 2-color deck. In a 3-color deck, I would probably also look to play potentially 2 of that color. Like, so if you're blue white splashing black, then I would play like up to 2 blue black or white black lands. And then I'd probably hope to have like 1 basic and then 1 maybe other ways to get that basic or whatever. I mean, this is just a rough basis, but yeah, anyway, so I'd give a C plus to all these. Okay, those are all the common lands. So the uncommon lands. All right. So first we have Avengers Tower. So taps to add colorless. Can also tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a hero spell or activate an ability of a hero source. And then 4 and a tap, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a hero card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Kind of expensive. If you're really hero centric, I could see it. I think the number one way you'll want to play this is, let's say you're like blue, white, splashing red or something, and the only card you're splashing in red is a hero. I think this card becomes a lot better. Or let's say you're green, white, splashing blue, because green, white's the hero color. So you have like lots of heroes, let's say like 12 heroes, and the only blue card you're splashing is a hero. Then this card, I think at that point becomes like you actively want it. Like I think at that point this would be like a B minus. In a just heavy hero deck, I think this could be like a C. I mean, you could potentially draw, although 4 mana to only look at 3 is really kind of tough. So I think I'll give this a C, just based on like if you're a heavy hero deck, how much you'd want this. And again, we talked about like if you're splashing for a hero as well, like that would really buff it, but that's like a pretty rare combination. All right, next we have the Baxter Building. So it's a land. Tap to add colorless. 4 and tap, add 4 mana to any combination of colors. And then 4 tap, draw a card. Activate only if you control a creature with toughness 4 or greater. This one seems pretty good. So notably, the 4 mana tap, add 4 mana to any combination. That means you're basically tapping 5 lands to get 4 mana. So this is like a color filter land or colorless land. But being able to draw a card with, as long as you just have like a big creature out, I think is pretty good. Like you just get something out, you're in a board stall. This breaks board stalls extremely well. So I really like that. I think I'm gonna go. I think C plus probably feels fair for Baxter Building. Maybe it goes even higher, but I think for now we'll go C plus. And then final uncommon, Villainous Hideout. Is this just no? It's not the same. All right, land, tap to add colorless, tap to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast villain spells or to activate abilities of villain sources. And then 3 tap, target villain you control connives. Activate only as a sorcery. Uh, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, is this any different than the hero card? I mean, I think I'd probably rather connive than look at the top 3, but I'm not. I don't think it like matters that much. So same thing applies kind of with the hero thing that we talked about. So I think C for now, and we'll see if stuff gets like if you're splashing and you're all villains, like this could be high. Well, that's all the common and uncommons. Thanks for listening, and hopefully get back soon with the rares and mythic rares. Until then, take care.